Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm going to go really quickly because we had just a very slightly late start. We'll pick up time in our coffee break. This morning, it turned out that my hotel was in the epicenter of the parade, and so I physically couldn't get out of the building to arrive. But we made it, and we have a wonderful team. We're going to kick off in just a moment. Before we do, I want to give a couple of thank yous. Most of all, I want to thank Microsoft. This is our 5th year hosting with Microsoft. Mike Pell here, who will be giving a talk today, is, I'm convinced, is my brother from another mother, and will be sharing some extraordinary insights later on today. This is our 5th year with Microsoft, and they've always been fantastically supportive, not least that Mike just takes care of so many of the logistics, so I can remain a confused Englishman and wander around smiling at people and telling them terrible jokes. So thank you, Mike. I also want to thank our sponsor, Matter. Where's Ash? Menu blindness. There's Ash, Grayson at the back there. Thank you very much to Matter for giving us support to host this event. And I'd like to give a shout out to Aidan Rode, who many of you will have interacted with. Without whom none of this would be happening. It would just be me flailing in the darkness, wondering who I am. Aidan keeps it all together. We have Tiffany helping out today as well. We have Nelson, and who did I miss?
Alice.
Oh, Alice, of course. Alice is here as well. So go and ask them if you have complicated questions. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you very much for coming, especially with this short notice ticker tape parade that kind of came left field a little bit for us. It sounds amazing, but was not expected. But we're here. We have just a phenomenal day of presentations for you, and we've structured the day carefully so that there are opportunities for you all to meet and connect. From our research, most of our attendees could be speakers, and so everyone that you meet in this venue today might turn out to be your next creative collaborator. Who knows, it could be the love of your life. It could be your nemesis. So connect with people, say hello, and engage with them. I was going to say a few more words about creative. Oh, I'm back. I'm Maxim, by the way. Hello. Hello, I'm Maxim. I'm very excited. My mother, Ellen Zach's there with me. My mother has never been to America before, so we've been going to we did the Statue of Liberty, the Empire State, and all of that. She's an artist, she's going to be speaking today. And the problem is that my mother, Ellen, doesn't know how often I reference her in my keynotes. And so I usually begin by saying, my name is Maxim, and I don't know why, but she can tell you why. So the reason that I founded the Creativity Conference 7 years ago, 2019, was to facilitate, to hold the space for a conversation. And as I've said many, many times previously, I think that if we explore the purpose of creative thinking, ultimately, I suspect that all of the dialogues and explorations, the mediums, the communication, the messaging, ultimately is rooted in the question, why? We're all wondering, why? Why am I here? What's it all for? Why did I run out of coffee? Like, there's a lot of things, but we live in an apparently causal universe. You ran out of coffee because you drank the coffee. There's a consequence. But I believe that there are actually two kinds of choice that we make, and I want to propose this for your consideration. One kind is a rational deductive analysis. You're walking down the street, you see a poster for a cafe, because you saw the poster, because you're feeling a little bit jet-lagged, you think, therefore, I will choose to have a coffee. I like coffee. So there's a sort of rational deduction that goes on based on your priorities, and in that sense, we function in much the same way that artificial intelligence makes decisions. AI has weighted vectors and priorities and outcomes, and it finds the most efficient path to the outcome. So in that way, you can say that AI is modeled on human thinking. We have these neural networks and so on. But there's another kind of choice that we make, I am convinced that we make, which is not so much a rational deduction, but what I like to call direct knowing. You simply know that you're going to do this thing. And after knowing it, you might rationalize it, come up with an explanation, maybe you'll have a narrative, maybe you'll come up with a reason why, maybe you'll even come up with a raison d'etre. I exist for this purpose. But if you were asked in the quiet hours of dawn, in your truth, why, you would have to say, because I am. The first person to climb Everest was asked why, and he said, because it was there. You're alive, you're here to cast a shadow, footprints in the snow, to kick the paths of leaves. You're here to cause change in the world, and to be changed. And when we make the most important life choices, like who will we love, and who will we allow to love us, it's direct knowing. There is no rational explanation. And in that way, I believe we remain distinct from AI, and human creativity remains paramount. Now, speaking of creativity, I want to announce our opening keynote. How far did it go over? Okay, we're 10 minutes behind. You're going to have to drink coffee really quickly when we do our first coffee break. Our opening keynote is the phenomenal artist Lawrence Gartell, who is widely described as the father of digital art. His work spans decades. He's an absolutely extraordinary creative mind, and he very kindly agreed to come and give our opening keynote. I don't want to steal any of Lawrence's thunder, so I will instead invite you up to the stage, Lawrence, and hand you the mic. Lawrence Gartell, everybody.
You know, I only have a few minutes, which is terrible, because I could speak for hours, and I have things that I would really like to say. First of all, how I met Maximum. And so I was at an Art Basel event, and some guy told me that he was the director of the Sundance Film Festival, and I was like, oh my God, that's incredible. So it turns out that he really wasn't the head of the Sundance Festival, but I wanted to look more into what he was doing, and he did an interview with Maxim, and I was spellbound at that moment, and I grabbed a pen and paper and I scratched down everything that this gentleman said, and I said, that's the person I really need to associate with and be connected to, and all of that sort of stuff. So what he just said, I just think we need like a half hour of meditation and just think about what he just said, because it was so potent and powerful. I don't want to like gloss over what you said. What he said was incredible just now. And you need to take a moment. We live in such a fast-paced world that we need to take a moment, a time, 20 minutes, just to like close our eyes and just like hear what he had to say. So with that said, I would disrupt the whole program by saying we now should like close our eyes and just meditate and think about what he said. But on with the show.
They want to hear from you, Lawrence.
Well, okay. So, you know, the name of this whatever I'm going to talk about is called The Art of Aging. And, you know, I never prepare anything because life changes. So, like, why would I write down a whole speech when something happened the other day and I have to interject that? So I was in Kingston at my friend Yvonne Sewell's house, and Yvonne Sewell was the partner of Mickey Ruskin, who owned Max's Kansas City, just a few blocks away. And if you know anything about Max's, that's where William Burroughs and Warhol and Mick Jagger and Iggy Pop and the Ramones and the Sex Pistols and everyone congregated there, including myself, who was an underage drinker. I went from high school, and nobody checked your ID or anything like that, and I was there every Friday night religiously. Anyway, I met Yvonne 40 years ago, and we've remained friends ever since. So I stayed at her house, and I was watching a documentary, and she has all these books on punk rock, and she's written a few books, and all this sort of stuff about that era. And I watched this Robert Mapplethorpe movie, documentary on Robert Mapplethorpe. And I remember it very well. I lived those years. I can tell you, that's what I'm saying. I could be here for an hour telling you incredible stories that you'd probably love to hear about that era. But Bob Mapplethorpe said one thing in that film that is changing the course of my conversation. And he said, "I'm not going to grow old." And unfortunately, he got AIDS, and he died. So he died at 42, and he never did grow old. And his partner, lover, Sam Wagstaff, who had the largest silver collection, was in the Museum of Modern Art. He died of AIDS too. Everybody died of AIDS at that time, and they didn't grow old. And you know, I taught Andy Warhol how to use the Amiga computer in 1985 because I met him at Studio 54. We struck up a conversation, and he got the commission to create Debbie Harry's album cover. And he said, "Do you think you can help me?" And I said, "Of course I can." So I went to the studio with the Commodore Amiga, with the Lux Paint, Photon Paint. I showed him how to use that. And because of that, I had the Luca Museum felt that that was the touch point where pop art fused with digital art. Hold this for 1 sec, please. Well, I just want to show you, just want to open up to a particular page. This is Grace, by the way. Grace is gracing me, which I appreciate. So Andy and the show is half devoted to Andy, the other half to myself. And there's a picture in here of my original computer system, which I started with Namjoon Pike, the video artist, in 1975. How many years ago was that?
You don't want to know.
51.
51 years ago, and here I am. So what about aging?
Good.
Here we go.
Where are the vacuum tubes?
They're all back there. They're all back there. Everything's there. So anyway, that's that. Where's my little clicker? Here we go. Now the father of digital art should know just to hit the play button, right?
Press all the buttons, see which one.
Exactly. Or I could hand it to Grace.
Do
Who
the
knows?
next one.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh.
this one.
No,
No.
no, you missed it.
There we go.
Go ahead, Grace.
Is that the PDF?
Yeah. Is it a video? that looks like?
Yeah.
But it's the PDF one should.
Oh,
Is there a compact version as well? Or just the PDF?
Oh, you
No, it's
have
like-
to see the video.
Try Aiden, try clicking on the.
But anyway, while we're
We'll
waiting,
get it.
outfit,
Yeah.
outfit.
Point.
Okay. So the question really is, which is the cartoon character? Is it on the screen or is it the person in front of you? Very hard to tell. Very hard to tell. Okay, so we're going to hope that that goes. I started utilizing AI about almost 2 years ago. And I had 3 shows in Forges-les-Eaux, France last September. And it was artificial intelligence and robotics, and I have a robot that paints. So I displayed 75 artificial intelligence pictures and 40 paintings. And when people say, oh, so like the robot just paints? No, the robot doesn't do a damn thing unless you decide. And the company is located in St. Petersburg, I was going to say Florida, St. Petersburg, Russia. And so I created images here. I sent it over to St. Petersburg, and they took those paintings in front of the buildings that I made, and they took photos of that. So it was, I call it telepainting, which was a very unusual thing to do. And so the robot does nothing unless you tell it. And the guy says, Lawrence, here's the manual. And I said, take the manual and throw it away. Because the idea is there are 10 colors. So who's to say you can't take out one color and put another one? He was astounded by that. He goes, all right, listen, here's how you mix the paint. You take half this, you add water. I said, no, I don't want to do it that way. I want it to feel like impressionism. I want to feel the paint. So I'm going to add a very minuscule amount of water. So I was already breaking the rules before I even started. And then there are 3 brushes, and it goes through a cycle. And it takes about 14 minutes to make, 14 hours to make a painting. So you have to move quickly through this thing. And I decided that maybe I don't want to use all 3 brushes. Maybe I want to use 1 brush for the whole thing. Or maybe I don't. Or maybe I want to switch it. So there's all sorts of things that you can do with this robotic painting. Anyway, so I have these 3 shows, unfortunately, so France, I have the book, Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, because everything should have a book, everything should be documented. It's in English, French, and Russian. First book, 340 pages. Thank you. When I say first book, this is my, 10th book or whatever, but on artificial intelligence, this is it. Okay, so press play, let's go see. Hopefully.
We've got the video.
Huh?
We've got the video.
You do?
Just a second. There's one video?
Yes.
Give us 2 seconds.
All right, 2 seconds, you got it.
Maybe 3.
Okay, so this book, this was the first book. The second book I did was called Obsession, because with AI, you become obsessed. And my idea was that Andy Warhol did multiples of Marilyn, as you all saw. You all saw like his images of Elvis Presley, etc. And really, they were just color changes. Now, we can have faces in time and space. A person could be like in a restaurant, someone could be in a beauty parlor, it could be 1950, it could be a pilot, 1985. You can have that face going in every direction and changeable. So that's where the idea of like color changes and placement changes and all of that makes for a fascinating thing. And so that book is 220 pages. And because I met Maxim and his brilliance, Maxim wrote the back cover of the book. And I didn't bring that one because I was hoping that he might have it, because I'm dragging all these books. They weigh a ton. So, the third book. Are we ready for the video?
We're ready.
Let's play it. Just cue. That's it? Okay.
That's all I was given.
All right, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so I'm going to get to the work. So the third book I have is called the Beyond the Lines, which is a 256-page book. It's a coloring book because people can interact with the images. The images are like from the 70s. They're also from like the brand new images. There's pictures of my father being walked down the aisle at his wedding. There's pictures of my grandchildren. So anyone can color this, and you are now interacting with my art. And it's one of one, because you're making it. So this is a very great way of having the rest of the world interact with this digital art, I'll say. Okay. A little bit about my history, and here we go. Yes, changing slides. Oh, okay. Here we are for the conference, the official image of the conference. Woo!
There we go.
Okay, this is really fascinating and telling. So this image is the Dean of Artificial Intelligence, John McCarthy, who is working at Stanford University. I was commissioned in 1983. So if you think artificial intelligence just showed up about 5 minutes ago, that's incorrect. And he was saying back then, and he was doing it for 20 years already. So he goes back to the 60s with AI, talking about the idea that they could find cures for your illness and then pass it on to the doctor, and the doctor can fix you up and give you longevity, the art of aging, to continue. Okay, my famous Absolute ad for Absolute Vodka. You've seen it on the back of 300 million magazines. And people said, what did the ad agency feel about that? Because, you know, the bottle's out of focus. And I said, well, it's very simple. If you drink vodka, that's what the bottle's going to look like. And they said, that's the greatest ad, that's the most brilliant. That ad ran from 1991 to 2001. It's the longest running ad in the history of the Absolute campaign. Thank you. The cover of Forbes for Reuters. Reuters started their company distributing information through carrier pigeons. And then in 1989, they were using computers. Surprise, surprise. So they wanted to transmit things. So of course they hired me, and they said, what should it look like? A dove being the bird flying out of electronic hands. And that became the first ever digital art for Forbes magazine. And how would you do anything otherwise? Let's face it. But this was the first. 1989 was a really bellwether year, because in that same year, I replaced Van Gogh's irises at the Joan Whitney Payson Museum. They took off the irises, they sold it at Sotheby's to Alan Bond. He defaulted on the painting. You can see that that painting at the Getty Museum. And my art, called Nuovo Japonica, replaced it at that. So here's a full Sunday New York Times article, Modern Romance via Computer. Like everyone, you have your cell phones. But in 1988, this was a very novel situation. And, you know, given a retrospective at the Fine Art Museum in Long Island, I had all the stuff that nobody's ever seen before. Coca-Cola commissioned me for the Olympics to make the art, and it was for their marketing, their promotion, for product, etc. And they used it for absolutely everything at that time. And I will say that never did they have the word Coca-Cola off the fumes over there. And to have Coke and Coca-Cola with the letter, this was reviewed by 7, not art directors, but attorneys that said, okay, let's let this guy do his thing. Okay, Legends of Rock and Roll. This is at the Seminole Hard Rock Guitar Hotel. It's all about the legends through the entire hallway on the greatest musicians of our time. 4 different panels. I did the tour art for Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake, Red Hot Chili Peppers. And there is Britney. And anyone who doesn't like Britney, you don't really know the girl, because she is as sweet as can be. So I did this piece of art with an Olympus 2-megapixel camera. And she said to me, okay, well, where's your people Jim, you weren't there at the time. Where's your people? Where's your entourage? Where's everybody? I said, honey, the only thing you need is what's in your pocket. And I pulled out this thing and I did this shoot in LA, and that's it. Maserati art car. Jim was responsible for setting that up with Albany Maserati. I drove the car from Florida all the way to New York. We stopped and took photos of the car in a studio, and he said, make sure you're at the party at 4 o'clock. So we did the shoot. We went on to Saratoga. There's the car. One of my favorites, I have to say. Okay. The craziness that's happening in this city. Well, I was commissioned in 2003 not to do the Knicks, but to do the winning Spurs. Fun. The lettering at the Brightline station, Miami, you get off the train, that's what you see. It welcomes you. Welcome to Miami, everybody. I know, isn't that incredible? This crazy...
I took that picture this year. Like, I've been there a few times this year.
You want to get up for a photo? Come on. No, you come up. Come on.
Oh, so cool.
7, stay there, please.
Thank you. Did you feel the karma when you came in?
Okay, absolutely.
All right. Okay. Is this a duplicate? I think it is. Ooh. Thank you. I wanted to see it again. Okay, thank you. Okay, I was a feature of the 113th New York International Auto Show with my own pavilion of 30,000 square feet of space with art cars and motorcycles. Somebody has to do it, sweetheart. Somebody has to come up with these ideas, you know, in that semi-conscious state. I don't know when you get your best creative ideas, but I'm asleep and then I wake up. And right in that zone is when I get all these crazy ideas. So there I am at the auto show. I don't know, 700,000 people came through my space and saw that. I like to always do a poster. I always like to do a poster with whatever I'm doing. The crowd's inside. Now, I was on the Fireball Run race, raising awareness for missing kids, and that's why the orange jumpsuit. It's not out of prison or anything like that, please. This is a race jacket. I'd just like to clarify that. The Overtown Courthouse lobby, though. There are 19 backlit light boxes of the sights and attractions of South Florida, and it's on permanent display there, so God forbid, I mean, if you ever have a reason for being in the courthouse, you'll see the art. Okay. I know we're in Microsoft, Mike, close your eyes, please. I was asked by Steve Jobs to have a Think Different ad, and if you know the campaign, Golda Meir, Jackie Robinson, Jim Henson, Gandhi, Picasso, and Lawrence Gartell. Come on, let's go. I know it's early. So, you know, this is what the greatest minds that produced, and I was also in the pavilion for Apple in Italy, and it was really a magical time. Okay. Now, you know, this is like this is a synopsis. This is just what I put together so that, you know, I have limited time. I didn't want to put you to sleep. But this is just like a snapshot. You know how many hundreds of magazines? And so the following book will be Gartell Media Blitz, which will be a 1,000-page book. And it will have all the media that has happened throughout the world, from France and Germany to Italy, Spain, et cetera, et cetera. Look at this date, 1983. How many years ago? 43 years ago? I was a baby. My mother had a spoon. She was spoon feeding me. Lawrence, here, eat. 1983, 1985, covers of Nikkei Computer Magazine in Japan. By the way, that's a picture of me as a little kid. And if you think about it, robots, I love robots. See how everything is full circle? So there I am, maybe 8, 10 years old. But think about this. No internet, 1980, whatever year this is, to be able to convince a company, a corporate company, to have a cover like that of yourself? As a kid? That takes moxie, I have to tell you. Okay. The official artist of the Monaco International Film Festival in Monte Carlo. I've done it for 10 years. This was the first one. I cleaned up for that. Okay, Philip Morris Light American. They had a brand new cigarette that they wanted to talk about throughout Germany, and guess who the Light American was? Scartel. Come on, get into the program. So we threw parties throughout the major cities of Germany, and then we had DJs, and we had like matchbook covers and umbrellas and books and all sorts of things on the digital art and promoting Philip Morris Light American. By the way, I don't smoke. Okay. George Wein of the Newport Jazz, the official artist of the Newport Jazz Festival, with George Wein, who started the New Orleans Jazz Festival, and I decided I was going to wrap the trumpet to honor Miles Davis, and that's what it was. And then the trumpet went to auction. Fun times. Feature of the Oslo Motor Show in Norway. Making a little Mini Cooper there. Okay, winding down the official keynote of National Art Education Association, San Diego, 2014, talking about the future of digital art. Obviously, the future's now. So, I spoke in front of 3,800 teachers, trying to get them inspired to teach digital art in the classroom. That was my mission. And so, to some degree, I was successful. I'm almost done, baby. Almost done. Here we go. NASA. They gotta know this stuff. I wasn't just hanging around like, you know, I did something and then I went to the beach in Florida. I mean, I'm working all the time. How can I wrap it up when I have to talk about that I launched Tesla for Elon Musk? Wrap it up. We're just beginning, honey. The art of aging. The art of aging is the fact that there is no time. Yeah. And Maxim can have a whole lecture on that in another moment. Okay. This was the first ever Tesla car at Art Basel, Miami Beach. It went to 25,000 websites. There it is. And of course, Warhol versus Cartel. I showed you the book. The official artist of the 57th Grammys. Wrap it up. The best stuff is coming. So, it's a one-of-a-kind Grammy statue. It's at the Grammy Museum. You can actually see it. That's the official poster. There I am, cleaned up on the red carpet. Madonna in front of me, John Legend behind me. They didn't even know who they were with. Okay. Yesterday, first of all, in Nice, the film that I showed yesterday, which maybe 1 or 2 people here came to see, was an award-winning film, won Best Documentary and Lifetime Achievement Award in Nice. We showed the film last night. Here we go. So that's it. One last final word, Maxim, and then it's all yours, and I won't say another word for another 4 hours, is, hold this, Grace, please. Just as if I had nothing else to do, I created iRobot, 644-page book on the assimilation of robots in society. Then they go into taking over society. They escalate into society. And then the third portion of the book is that they just take over and they're in space doing all sorts of things. So I don't want to take any more time. Maxim, people can look at the book during the break, whatever. Thank you so much. I thank Maxim. Thank you for giving me extra time.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. Phenomenal, phenomenal. Beautiful, thank you. So we're going to dive right into our next presentation, which is from the star of the Microsoft Garage, Mike Pell. Do you have a presentation as well here?
Just this one.
Oh, here we go. The mic is yours. The stage is yours.
The mic.
Mike Pell, everybody.
Hey everyone, thank you for being here again in person. My name is Mike Pell. I lead the Microsoft Garage that you're in today. The Garage is Microsoft's worldwide innovation program. So I've been here for the last 6 years. We've been doing this. I can't believe this is the 5th year, actually. Like, what have you got me into? A little bit better? Okay. Right? Okay, a little bit better. Again, thank you for being here in person. It's always very special when people show up. I'm going to keep this very brief. The Creativity Conference has touched on many, many different aspects of creativity. I'm going to try to tell you something that I think you may sort of kind of know in your gut, but I'm just going to be super direct about it. Human creativity is the only thing that will differentiate you from your teammates, from your competitors, from your classmates, and from anybody in the future. So I'll say that again. Creativity is the only thing that's going to differentiate you in the future. So think about that. What does that really mean? That means that we can't stop thinking about how we are special, right? We are the most special things in the universe, right? People are completely random, right? Like Lawrence just proved that, right? No one can come up with the stuff that you've come up with in the same way as you. Absolutely not. There's no way. Each of you has an incredible superpower that is very unique to yourselves. And I'm here to tell you, I've worked with Harvard and Columbia and NYU and Carnegie Mellon, the top universities in the country, Stanford. They all are teaching students how to be more creative because they know that this is the very heart of what's going to make us successful going forward, because in an age where artificial intelligence has leveled the playing field, the machine can do everything now, and or very soon. It will literally be able to do whatever you want it to do. The thing that you still have going for you, and the thing that will always win the day, is what's in your heart and in your mind and in your imagination. But the thing that you have to do is figure out, how do I get better every day at being that person? Lots of people will tell you that the machines will never be able to be creative like humans are creative. That is absolutely, positively not true. They're not going to be creative in the same way, but they will be highly creative in the way that we interpret creativity. So don't fool yourselves into thinking, we're the supreme species on the planet, we're the only ones who can be creative. Bullshit. The machines can do it better than us in some cases already. So I'm not saying, I'm a technologist, I'm an artist, I'm a people first kind of guy, but I'm telling you, don't think that the machines can't do the stuff that you're doing. They can, because they're excellent at mimicking what people do. They will keep getting better. But I will go back to my original point. What I'm trying to tell you is that you will always be the key, always, to what happens in the future. Right? The machines are not running the world. They're not out making all the decisions for us. People are. So as long as you try to be as creative as you can, use your imagination, use your heart, go with your gut instinct, don't use data all the time, Be the person that you can be every day. Practice being this creative being. That's what's going to keep you ahead of your competition. That's what's going to get you your next job. That's what's going to get you, whatever it is that you want in your life. But you have to understand that you need to learn how to use these tools because they will be very complementary to what you already do. It can be a very symbiotic relationship. Great artists like Lawrence have always used technology in some form, whether they were paints or pencils or early computers. Artists for centuries have always embraced the new technologies as the way to explore and experiment. Same thing with you. Don't ignore what's happening around you. Don't just use ChatGPT to answer a question for you. Get it to be your creative partner. Get it to be your foil. Get it to be the thing that inspires you. Because that's how we're going to keep going forward. That's how we will always be the most creative. And that's how I would love you to start the rest of the day, is by thinking about what you can do every single day to get better at your own creativity. With that, thank you. Let's have a fun.
Thank you for this one.
Hello, hello, fly me to the moon. That's my entire karaoke. Thank you very much, Mike, for saying in 5 minutes what would have taken me 5 days. That's fantastic. We are moving on, we're catching up. That's wonderful. Our next speaker, I believe, is actually my mum. So, do you want to come up to the stage? So, my mother, the artist Ellen Zaks, is a dancer, poet, sculptor, novelist, painter, theatre director, and I've always said that my childhood was being raised by intellectual hippies. It's like being raised by wolves, but with better teeth. And I've always said that the smell of turpentine was the smell of home. And if you're wondering how I ended up like this, you're about to find out. And you got a, is that mic close enough? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Can everyone hear?
Is that better if I... Yeah?
Let's have a little closer to you.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
that's
over
lovely.
to you.
Right, well, it's a great pleasure to be here with fellow creatives, as I realise I'm with an audience of creative people, which is absolutely amazing. I'm in New York for the first time, and it's been the most incredible time, quite overwhelming. I was born in London, and about 20 years ago I moved to the south of Spain, to Marbella, lured there by flamenco and by the poetry and writings of Garcia Lorca, and more about him later. So I'd like to share some of my creativity in case it resonates with you. I feel most present and alive when I am being creative, and it feels like the most incredible gift to be in that situation. So today I'm going to talk mainly about my painting, and which raises the question, why art, poetry and painting, and writing? And to me it's a mystery. I have no answers for you, but I do actually like mysteries. There are many mysteries. We don't know why or how the universe was formed out of nothing. We don't fully understand consciousness or where it comes from, and we know little about the mysteries of time. So I feel creativity, to me, it's another mystery to me, and I'm happy with that. But maybe I can share some of the ways that it works for me. So I believe it's good to pay attention to any ideas that come up and kind of haunt you, but with a proviso. I think it's not a good idea to talk about those ideas that come to you and to share them too soon, because they can burn out or get distorted. So I think it's a good idea to spend a time keeping them to yourselves. Waking up, as Lawrence mentioned, is a great time to access new ideas. Hypnagogic sleep, and very often I come up with a new idea, for it might be a poem, but I think, oh, okay, I've got a notebook and pen next to the bed, but I really just want to go to sleep. And I'll remember this when I wake up, but that never happens. So my advice is, if an idea comes to you, always record it at the time. Conversations can lead to new work. We're so interconnected as a species, and so fortunate that we stand on the shoulders of those that have gone before, and yet we have our own unique lens and a very strong effect from new techniques and materials. If there's one thing that leads to creativity, I believe, it's employing a new way of working or some new material, such as the AI, such as it's just incredible. Digital art, all of these are new, and I think they fire us up. So I'd like to share with you, now maybe you know about this, but this is not about so much about my painting as about my writing. I wonder if any of you ever tried to use a stream of consciousness. And I have people in the audience. I don't know how you've gone about this. My method has been to plan that for a week or so, 7 days, each day I am going to scribble in a notebook. And maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 at the most. And the trick is to not stop writing whatever comes into your head, and however foolish and pointless it seems at the time. And then you don't read back what you've done. Put it aside and wait for about a month, or as long as you can bear to, and then look at it. And I have found that nuggets just jump out at me, ideas of things that I can put together, and it's fantastic for writing poetry and for giving ideas for stories. So that's, of course, we all suffer from self-doubt, and, well, I don't know, maybe you don't. I suffer from self-doubt and fear of failure, but I believe that's all right. When I paint, sometimes making the first mark on a canvas absolutely fills me with terror. I put it off. I think, oh no, am I going to ruin it? But I think it's very important to take chances, and it opens up new avenues. So the painting that you're looking at, which I call the juggler, I'd like to explain to you, to tell you how that came about. So I was in London and I went to see the Shakespeare play, Much Ado About Nothing, at the Theatre Royal. And it so happened that in the foyer were the most extraordinary paintings. And I checked them out, and it turns out they're the work of a New York artist called Maria Kren. And she painted these huge landscapes and portraits. And then I realized that they were all inspired by Shakespeare plays. And sort of light bulb exploded. I thought, oh, I write poetry, why on earth have I never gone to my poems and illustrated them as paintings? So I took 22 of my poems, they seemed the ones that were most visual, and each day I religiously made a sketch. It was a very rough pencil sketch, but what came into my mind looking at the verse. And you're looking at the first of these, the juggler. It was a new way to work. It went through many changes and is perhaps different to the other work that's going to proceed. It's nothing to do, in the end, with the poem that I wrote. And yet I feel that The Juggler is quite an appropriate title for it. So, my next, I want to move on to, yes, the second painting that I made was from a different poem called The Crucible, and the lines that jumped out to me were, all heady beneath a night shed of stars. And you will see that this painting has nothing to do with nighttime or stars. And it's an instance of my going with what was presented to me, not what I wanted to do, but thinking, right, I'll let the muse guide me. And I've called it Lilac Wine, which is as a tribute to Jeff Buckley. And I started again, and then my next attempt was closer. So this is much more all heady beneath a night shed of stars. So the poet and philosopher Garcia Lorca talked a lot about the duende of creativity, and he said it's dark, it's earthy, and it's dangerous, and if you invite it into your life, you have to accept risks and possible failure. Nietzsche describes two gods. He describes a god, Apollo, which represents control, beauty, respectability, form, and Dionysius, which equates very much to the duende, which is the god of music, wine, and ecstasy. He's the duende, he's the beast you can never forget. So perhaps the gods are involved, and have you ever noticed, well, I feel that after a while, if I've made a painting or written something, when I come to regard those works, I think, did I actually make that? It's like an umbilical that gets severed with time. And is that really mine? It no longer feels like my painting or poem. But I believe it's the gift of both Apollo and Dionysius. So thank you very much. And I have some books at lunchtime, which are over on the desk there. And if anybody would like a signed copy, come and find me lunchtime, and I'll be giving them away. And that's it. Any questions?
We have time for a question.
A question. Okay.
Ask one quick question?
Yeah. Please do.
Thanks so much. Your paintings are beautiful, and I'm
Thank you so much.
very curious about the blue.
The blue.
Yeah, you use a lot of this beautiful cerulean blue. Could
I
you
do.
talk
Yeah.
about the blue?
It's mostly French ultramarine. I work with oils, yeah, and I do love blue. Another question?
Yes, I have a question. Hi. Thanks so much for your beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
I loved at the beginning when you said that when you have an idea, it's really special when it comes to you, and to keep it to yourself for a while.
Yes.
Because I think I personally struggle with that, because I get really excited by an idea, and then I think of people that can help with the idea,
Yes.
and then I want to tell them, and then why would you, NDA things?
Yeah.
So I'm curious your personal
Yes.
reason of at what stage you think it's ready for an idea to be incubated to completion, to be shared.
At what stage? Well, just not blurt it out immediately. Just give it a few days and think
Oh,
about
that's
it, so that you've formed your own opinions. Because otherwise, it can easily get swept away, and then it doesn't feel original anymore because you shared it so often.
Nice.
Okay.
Bravo.
Time to go?
Well-
Running late.
Thank you.
I think we're getting, maybe it's that one. Let's try.
Oh, yes.
Hello. So usually a reboot helps. So that's my mum. So, Ellen will be around, and she's giving away signed copies of the books. Is it better? Okay. I'm doing kabuki theatre now. So. Fantastic. I was umming and ahhing about, inviting my mum to come and speak at the conference, but I think that it's essential for the artists to be the truth sayers, right? And there's two kinds of truth. There's the small t truth, like what time is it? Do we have any cookies? And there's the capital T truth, which is a bit like the capital K no. If you truly know something. So I figured you guys should meet my mom. That's pretty cool. Now, in the schedule, we were going to have Thomas Chenu speaking now. He's had a delay at the airport. And Naomi Vladek has very kindly offered to step up and take his place. So hopefully they can swap around, and we'll have Thomas's presentation after a coffee break. So I'd like to invite Naomi to the stage. There you are. Do you run up? Okay. So this is Naomi Vladek with Braving Creativity, and the mic is yours.
I love following Ellen. Let's hear it for Ellen, everybody. So first I'm going to ask if everybody can make sure they're sitting next to at least one person. So if you don't have a partner, and it doesn't have to be someone you know, just go ahead and scooch, like at least one chair or even next to each other. That would be great. So I'm really, while you're doing that, I'm just going to speak. I'm so grateful to be in a room with people who value creativity and growth. And so we're going to do a little playing today. But first, I have a question. Who here has ever felt really, truly stuck in their work or life? Just by show of hands. Yeah, right? So if you're taking risks, at some point you're going to get stuck. Stuck can be painful, we've heard that. It can be confusing. Stuck can say something like, what is wrong with you? It has shame in it, right? Why does stuck so often thwart us when we have a desire to grow? Fear, right? Fear comes in, and stuck comes from the way back, right, from our childhood, and then beliefs get laid on top of it, and those beliefs really stick. But what if stuck wasn't a problem to solve? What if stuck was an invitation to step into the unknown and find something else that is not only more true, but something that you can grow into beyond the edge that resonates with you into the future. So we're going to explore this sort of experientially today. Do I have a clicker?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. But first, I'm going to, oh, hi. Okay, so I got curious about this idea of creativity and the creative process that happens in between who we are now and who we long to become. So I looked to artists that I'd worked with my whole life. And this woman, Deepika Guha, is a playwright. And when she was in her 20s, she felt and experienced a kind of stuckness where she believed that she had no voice and had no sense that she ever would. And then one day, someone came to her desk that she didn't know and left a copy of The Artist's Way on her desk. And she said it felt like someone had shattered a window open. And within a year, she had a scholarship to Harvard and wrote her first play. So, let's see here. So what happens in that moment there? What can activate our courage to take that risk? Just gonna take a peek here. So we're going to do together just a little unsticking practice, okay? So what I invite you all to do is to stand up in where you are, and I would love it if you would just take a moment, and this is by choice, so if you're not comfortable, take care of yourself. Close your eyes for a moment, or lower your gaze. And I want you to pick an aspect of your life where you've experienced a little stuck. It might be a work relationship or a project. It might be some other kind of relationship or experience that isn't moving forward or isn't thriving. Just pick that one aspect you can work with today. And when you have that, I want you to feel into your body what stuck forces are at play. So stuck is energy, right? It's either pushing and weighing us down. It might be pulling us apart. It might be feeling like a really heavy weight in your belly. So take a second and just be with your stuck energy for just a moment. Great. Now, turn your attention to the felt sensations of that even further. And I want you to go ahead and ask your stuck if it has any wisdom for you. If your stuck had something to say, what would it say? Just find that word or phrase in your mind. And when you have that, somebody might know what's coming next. I want you to turn to your partner, and I want you to share. You'll have 1 minute, so I want you to split in the middle and share what your stuck had to say. So go ahead and share. Go ahead and switch if you haven't switched. Start to come back. Good, okay. Thank you, my new technical director. Okay, so great, I hope you continue that conversation. Great. So let's just hear for 1 or 2 people, just very briefly, what did somebody want to share what their stuck had to say? Yes?
Keep going.
Keep going, yes.
You will have all the support you will ever need.
You have all the support you will ever need. Anybody else hear something supportive? Great, awesome. Anybody want to share, is somebody burning to share what their stuck said? Yes.
Don't be afraid.
Do not be afraid. Beautiful. Anybody have something in that universe? Great. Awesome. Okay. So I talked to another artist. I wrote a book about these stories, which you can talk to me about. And this artist is named Chie Fueke. And Chie, when she was 9, she went to the São Paulo Museum in Brazil, where she was an expat, and she was a kid. And she saw a painting of Van Gogh's, and she sensed in the painting, that's her painting, but in his painting, she sensed a place that existed before he painted it, and she felt that she belonged there already. So she sort of sensed she saw this painting and sensed it was a place that she already belonged. Which means that Chie valued belonging, and she longed for it at the same time. So she connected to that, and her work is very much about that. It's such a great story. So now we're going to do another tiny practice, and this one is about listening for that longing. So you can stay seated this time, and I do again invite you to close your eyes or lower your gaze. And I want you to just check in with your heart. You might put your hand on your heart if that's available to you. And I want you to ask yourself, what do you long for? And take a moment to drop into that. Can you sense a desire emerging? Something you're called to create, experience, or embody that you don't yet. Get a sense of what that thing is. Maybe it's a word or a phrase. And we're going to do this one more time, actually 2 more times. But right now I want you to turn to your partner and let them know what that word or phrase is. And you'll have another minute to share that. So go ahead. Share your word or phrase for what you desire, what you long for, that you want to embody or experience that you don't yet. Go ahead. Start to bring your conversation to a close. Great, coming back, beautiful. I love all the physicality I'm seeing. I'm seeing bodies come alive and the hands moving. It's beautiful to see all the articulation. So come on back, come on back. Okay. I think I got that prop for like when I was trying to entertain my kids when they were small for like a schoolhouse play. I got that belt. Okay, so here we are. We're going to move to the next slide. I love that you're excited.
They're not doing anything
Here we go.
that is negative.
I'm gonna let you read that while I tell you a story. So about 10 years ago now, my husband passed away. He died. But about like just under a year after he died, I was invited to tell a story about my first intimate experience as a widow. And when I got on stage, I told a room full of strangers things I really never told my therapist. Yeah, so when I walked off stage, I felt a part of me whisper, wow, that was brave. And I felt a shift. It was as if I had walked onto a path that was unfolding with some mysterious purpose, right? So what do we need to do here to make change happen so that we can live a life and experience a life that we actually want to live? How do we create that future? We have to believe that we are braver than we know. And we do that by playing, right? So if we can imagine that the unknown space between who we are and who we long to become is a creative process, and we can move through it with a function and a purpose that we can name, we can begin to play. Take the stakes down, right? Not so scary. So we have one more tiny practice. And this one is sort of where the rubber hits the road, right? But in a small way. So where in your own life, having listened to a few talks already, can you sense the future wanting to emerge? You've noticed, you've listened, and now you get to play. What is one small step, one inquiry, one tiny morsel of action that you can choose to make to get curious enough to move your stuck energy to the next true thing? We're not fixing or solving a problem, but we're just moving our stuck energy forward. So have that in your mind. What is one small thing that you might do in the next week to move your stuck? Take a moment now and share with your partner what might move your stuck.
Still not there yet.
more in alignment with what I truly want.
Yes, live more in alignment. How, anybody have anything like that? And to just press you a little bit on that, what might be one small thing that you might do in a action or inquire after that would or be curious about that would be in alignment with that commitment?
I might change my flight tomorrow to the next day.
There you go. Okay, that's good. Thank you for that. Anyone else? Anyone else? So this is kind of where it gets a little scary for some of us. It's like, oh yeah, I said yes to that thing. Oh, I just declared that I have a commitment to have, to honor this thing I care about that matters most to me, and now I have to act. I have to make a choice, and to make a choice is to live riskily, which is not my quote, but a William Bridges quote. And we've talked about that today, right? So, oops, oh yeah, I didn't do that. That just happened. So, we just did 3 tiny practices today: notice, listen, and play. And we have to practice because, listen, I had a story that I wasn't the brave one in my life, and I discovered that I was braver than I knew in more ways than I could have ever imagined, and I continue to practice to today. Here in this room, we all believe in creativity, we all value growth, right? So, the next time you find yourself standing just off stage, staring at a blank page or canvas in your work or life, brave creativity, because you might find a version of, wow, that was brave, and know it to be true. Thank you, guys.
Bravo, thank you so much. Here, that. It's like a workout, right? Fantastic. So what we're going to do now, he says, looking at his schedule. So we're going to stop now for a coffee break, but I want to define that term. If you can find it within the power that you emit into the universe, if you can find it within you, to be sitting back in your chair in 10 minutes, I will spiritually send every one of you a hug. So 10 minutes, come back, stretch your legs, and we've got more panels, more presentations and a panel, and then we'll be stopping for lunch. The plan is at 12:40. So stretch your legs and come back into my loving embrace. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, beings from another world, please take a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Welcome back. Thank you. there's a beautiful book, The Artist's Way. Has anybody read The Artist's Way? And I think it's in that book, she writes about your creative inbox. That we're under enormous pressure, especially with social media, to create all the time, to have an output. But you need things in your inbox to process and respond to and be stirred by. And we've just had a morning of stuff in the inbox, and this always happens. We get to the coffee break, and everyone's just exploding with ideas and creativity, and we want to talk about these. This is why we make sure that we have coffee breaks and lunch breaks. There's a bit of time at the end as well. And I think Mike will correct me, but I think at 5 p.m. we'll be saying you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. So welcome back. It's kind of worked out in a weird kind of way, but our speaker, Thomas Shenu, has had delays at the airport. And the outcome of that is that we're pretty much catching up on time, which is amazing. It's almost as if there's nothing by chance. And so here we are. So we are now going to introduce Uli Grossman, who is going to, his presentation is called The Last Human Signal, Why We Still Need It, which I think is very timely. And just to give you guys a heads up on timings, we have 2 more presentations now and then a panel, and then we'll break for some food. We've got sandwiches, which, believe me, will be delicious. These will be delicious sandwiches, and I think we have enough for everybody. And then after lunch we have another series of sessions. So the lunch, the post-lunch, post-meridian sessions are a bit briefer. So eat some food, take a deep breath, do some star jumps, and come back, and we'll be covering more sessions. Is everybody enjoying it so far? Yeah. Great. That's what I like to hear. Okay. Well, I will hand the mic over to Uli, and he has the button of power. And Uli Grossman.
Thank you, everyone. I met my American wife in Kenya, and the fact that our marriage is very strong because half of the time she doesn't understand what I'm saying, and the second half of the time I don't understand what she's saying. So guys, if you don't understand what I'm talking about, you can come to me after the event and we can talk. I want us to shift from here continents away. If you ever watch a movie out of Africa or a Lion King, try to imagine Kenya. Because just before sunrise, Masai Mara, Safari, Kenya, when the rest of the world is still sleeping, a bird went quiet. Zebras freeze. Giraffe looks sideways for something no one else can see. And then the grass starts slowly moving. The lion starts his hunt, but the signal was already there. At the same time, hundreds of miles away, a driver in an old white truck leave a flower farm gate in Mount Narok, 2,600 meters above sea level. When the air is cold and the roads dark and broken. In this truck, thousands of flowers, red, purple, orange, white, bicolor. Some have a fragrance of perfume you'll wear only for special occasions. Some don't even have a name yet. This driver, he doesn't know whose hands will hold the flowers at the most important moment in the life. The only thing he knows is this: one missed turn, one missed flight, forgotten document, one missed signal, and something beautiful begin to die. before it ever makes an impact. Nature thrives because it's really signal. Animal can die because of missing one. We live in this environment, but somehow we are the only species that's waiting for certainty before we act. Flowers. They're one of the oldest human signal systems. We send flowers when words stop walking. We send flowers when before a life begins. We send them at birth, holidays, achievements, celebrations. Guys, come on. Proposals. But also lost. One of my favorite lines when I'm signing my book is this: flowers fade fast when mishandled. So do people. I want you to take a look. I want you to recall, remind yourself, imagine, because this is your reality. This is your team. This is your professional environment. This is your project, your creativity, your relationship and partnership. That's your well-being. And this is you. When no one reads signal. But we are creative. Let's change something. Let's add a bit of empathy, sympathy, communication, body language with proper voice of tone. Let's add signal recognition, because the same flower, different outcome, different handling. I'm 4 times founder. For 17 years, I thought I'm scaling industries. For over 2 decades, I thought I'm training special forces, executives, in teams to manage situations effectively. Guys, I was wrong. I was dealing with signals. Signals in supply chain. Pam, 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 pam. Signals in markets. Pam, 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 pam. Signals in life. Pam, 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 pam. They're everywhere. Creativity. Many people in the room that build things believe creativity is inspiration. A flash, a gift that comes from nowhere. But what if it does not? What if creativity is signal recognition before anyone else could name the God? The most creative people in the room, they're not the one who have the best ideas. They're the one who felt something and then act on it before it had a name. But now everything is changing. We automated almost everything. Supply chain, customer care, financial decisions, name it. But there's one capability that never algorithm managed yet to automate. It's the one that determines the outcome of almost every human moment. The ability to read, the ability to send, and to respond to human signal. Guys, 3 words, and this specific sequence. Because when you are in a room, you start talking before you stop listening. Or you're going to another room. Because many of you stop watching at the moment that you pick up the phone. So next time, in the room that matters, first, look, then listen, and then respond. The same signal that gives opportunities, it can also take it away. And I want to shift again back to Kenya. And I want to imagine one more time you creative people. 2012, Nairobi. A tall man with long hair walking massive dog on Masanduku Lane, Nairobi. At the same time, just 2 blocks away from there, there's a young woman starting her company. A kind of woman that when she enters the room, everything is changed. They never met. 5 years later, she took a picture of contact combat classes. She didn't call. Then security report landed on the desk, describing specific gaps, specific vulnerabilities, but it collected dust. Then attack happened. Many people lost their life in terrorist attack. One of them was her business partner, a man that the world could not afford to lose, a man who was my friend on Facebook, but we never met. His name was Jason. Finally, she came to me for training, situational intelligence. Then we got another signal. A sunshine, a baby boy, a happiness. We give him name. Our son middle name is Jason. Signals always there. And that report in markets, in economical situations, in fashions, in cultures we're trying to change. And right now, at this moment, somewhere in your organization, in your team, in your own life, there's a signal that landed. The question is whichever you can catch it or not. The last human signal, it's not just a cool idea. The last human signal is expensive problem. And the same way as the lion not waiting for certainty, and we're still sending driver trucks before the daylight, the signal not ready for you to be ready. And the question is, whatever you train to read it or not. If you can change the gap into opportunity. Before it became a problem. Before it became loss. Before it collecting animal dust. Thank you. And if Maxime allowed me, instead of Q&A, I want to do something very small for you guys. I want right now, everybody, take your phone up. Get your phones. I want you to think about one person in your life that matters, that you have his number on your phone. I want you to open it up and send an emoji, a flower, no words. Because right now, somewhere, outside there, there's a person who needed the most. The first 2 people who make it fast, I'm giving 2 books. So once you're done, raise your hands up. Wow. Okay. And since I'm talking about flowers and signals, I have 4 more signals here. Maxime, can you come for a moment, please?
Yes.
I'll need your help. So, this is for your mom. Go ahead. Mike, you're just on time. The right signal at the right time. Maxim, one is for you.
Oh, thank you.
We say also us. And one for Mike.
Thank you.
And one I give to this lady. Thank you guys. And last request. In the next couple of days we will talk about this amazing event, amazing speakers, and amazing topics. I want you to share what kind of message you're getting back for this emoji. Thank you.
Bravo. That is so lovely. You know, it's one of those things they say that people don't give flowers to men. I like flowers. I made myself a promise. When I was 5 years old, I had a flower that I watered and grew, and I love that flower. And I've made a promise to myself that when I'm 95, I will take up gardening. I don't have time until I'm 95, but I'm going to take up gardening. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, so our next speaker is Geo Israel, and Geo's project is just extraordinary, and I'm very excited for you to learn about it. Geo's presentation is called, thank you, it's awesome, it's called How to Be Human, but I think if anything it expands even beyond that. So round of applause please, Geo Israel.
Hey guys, good afternoon, or morning? Morning. So 6 years ago, when COVID hit, my wife and I lived across the river in Brooklyn. We ran a company called Frequency where we explored the concept of human connection. We had 360 audiovisual domes, which we built together with two amazing founders, one of which is Professor Dr. Megan Poe, who taught love here at NYU, Professor for Love. Anyway, COVID hit, we couldn't bring people together anymore, and we realized that it's time to leave the city, and we ended up catching the last flight from New York to LA. And once we got to LA, I had a strong feeling that we need to go into the desert. And we drove into Joshua Tree, and we just settled there for a while. And having spent close to 15 years before that working with various different elders, being initiated into different spiritual paths, sharing their stories, leading retreats, activities with them, we started hearing this reoccurring message from the elders. And by elders, I mean, imagine a chief in the Amazon, a Sufi sheikh in Konya, Turkey, an Indian guru, a rabbi. And they're all sharing the same message, which was that the time is now. Almost like implying into some sort of like a shift in consciousness that was happening. And I always say that regardless of where you are on the seeking spectrum, I think by 2026 we all feel like we are part of this very overwhelming wave of that something is shifting. And with that, we kind of started to recognize that there was an invitation from the elders to open up and share their stories and their teachings for the first time in history. Having our company shut down with no retreats, no shows. My wife is an amazing cellist. Out there in the desert, we kind of really could have gone anywhere and nowhere. And it was getting warm or hot. It was already June, and we said, okay, we need to, what's our next step from here? And we did what any, I guess, responsible grown-up would do. We just took a hero dose of mushroom, and we walked into the desert. It was a Shabbat evening, Friday night, full moon. It's very auspicious, and we kind of sat, dropped into meditation. And we asked, how can we show up in service in what felt like a time of great need? And in that sitting, there was a voice that spoke, it was a she, and she said, you need to meet people where they are. And I was surprised by the voice, and I kind of pushed back. I said, what do you mean, where people are at? And she said, people are at home, and they're looking at those screens. And I just got hit with this vision. I saw my Sufi teacher, and I just realized that everything that we've been building up until that moment, you know, the retreats, the activities. I worked for Burning Man for many years, building frequency here in New York, was to an extent sharing similar messages but within the echo chamber. And we kind of felt into what if we could actually break down the barrier and bring those messages of the elders into where people actually spend their time, sadly, in their screens. So that was 6 years ago. We just wrapped the first season for Secret. We've shot the first six journeys. But, you know, a very long story of how this all came about. But what I would like to do is to show you guys the trailer for season 1. And then I'll share more a bit about how we go about it and how we bring this to the world together, hopefully.
We are less than 48 hours away from going very far and sit down with one of the last remaining wisdom keepers on Earth.
I received some really bad news. You will not get hired, you will get fired, and now is the first time I got scared.
Su espíritu está un poco alejado con su cuerpo, pero ahora le vamos a conectar.
Just open your heart with full of love and full of curiosity.
These fears come from the shadow self.
I'm scared to open up.
Where's my African and my American? It doesn't exist.
It wasn't the sobering up part that was hard for me. It was finding out who I am and my purpose.
I can't do this again for 12 hours. This is insane.
These all come from the human heart.
I have every right to feel doubt.
Take some deep breaths.
Getting to know yourself in that deep way can be life-changing.
That's the risk you take being a person of the heart. Now it is up to you.
You guys are one of the first people to actually watch this film. So 6 years in the making, $4.5 million, grew completely out of proportions. We've done it completely independently. We're doing everything in partnership with the elders. So we say that we don't share their stories. We merely create a container in which they get to share their own stories in their own words, which is a very kind of upside down approach, I think, to filmmaking, which is why I believe is part of the reason for why we get the access that we get. Almost everything that we've shot in terms of rituals and they allow a film crew into those sacred spaces. On top of it, and to make things more complicated, we've tried to dance with Hollywood and the kind of the streaming mechanism for a while, and we kind of continuously either failed or realized it was that it would compromise some of the integrity that was required to do such a job. The last response we got from the head of acquisition, I wouldn't mention the name of a very big player in the field. She wrote, "This is beautiful, very well produced by my only mandate is to buy long existing IPs with proven following, like Keeping Up with the Kardashians." And that's when we realized that we have to take it alone to the market. On top of what we've shot, we've already completed shooting about 100 additional hours of teaching satsangs, practices, meditations with the world greatest. I want to share, there's a lot that I can share, obviously we can spend here days just talking about the stories that happen. I wanted to focus on just 3 characters out of the many we've worked with. The woman This amazing woman here is called Mubia, grandmother Rupia. She sits in a sacred mountain range in Zimbabwe called Chimanimani. She's part of a clan called Chikukwa. She's a healer. She served 3 Mambos in her community. Mambo is a king. She served 3 kings, 3 generations of king. One of the greatest healers in the world. This community works with water spirits, which they call mermaids. And the way they get initiated is that you'll be recognized by the spirit as someone who have like some spiritual potentiality. And as you go next to a water source, be it a spring or a river in her case, they get abducted. That's the mythology, they get abducted. And then they disappear. And they realize that she disappeared because they found her baby. She went to do the laundry by the river and they found her baby. And she showed up 2 days later and they received the information from spirit and then go back into the community in service. The only way that they can go back is that if their family is not mourning or they're not freaking out too much for that person to disappear. Because if they do, they might not return. So she luckily returned. The episode we shot with her just won the Ray of Light Award in Ibiza 2 weekends ago, and last week she passed away. It's a huge loss. She never saw her episode, which breaks my my heart. We paid for burial and supported it, and now they're playing her episode in repeat in the cultural center. There are like thousands of people from that part of the world that that are mourning her loss. A huge loss for humanity. Luckily, we have her story kept, and we are ready to share it. Mukatsawa Oshigwa from a tribe called the Sapara Nation in Ecuador. She was a matriarch of this amazing community that we discovered, a village of 50 people. The communities that already went extinct. They went down from 200,000 of them that lived in the beginning of the 20th century to 650 that are left in between Ecuador and Peru. Incredible woman, medicine woman, very inspirational and brave and kind of very fierce protector of the forest. I have her spear in my living room. She was one of the last remaining 3 people to speak the Sapara language. She passed away a few months ago. We have only documentation, cinematic documentation of her singing and speaking in her language. And lastly, Effendi, Jalaluddin Loas, descendant of Rumi. He was born in the room juxtaposed to Rumi's grave. Is the son of Suleiman Dede, with the head sheikh of Konya. Konya is where the Mevlevi Sufi order is based. He's the last elder. I share his story here for 2 reasons. The first is that he was, when I was in the desert, I saw him, I saw his image, and he was the first elder to give an official blessing to the project, and just about 3 months before shooting, he passed away. So we already budgeted and planned, and that's the moment when we realized that we're not waiting on Hollywood anymore, and we just went on and took the independent route. And the second reason I wanted to show him here in the context of this amazing gathering is that I asked him in our last interview, I did make 2 interviews with him. And in our last interview, I asked him, what does it mean to be spiritual? You know, such an obscure word. And he thought about it for a moment and just like smiled to the camera and he said, be yourself. And it kind of became our mantra, and my mantra personally, because I think that once we are enabling ourselves to be ourselves, it's really where we drop our need to conflict and to argue and come against each other. And I think if anything, this meant for me symbolizes our ability, you know, accepting me, a Jewish boy from Jerusalem, officially into his order, initiating men and women together. We hold hands together, men and women, in ceremonies. Yeah, for me, just a testament of our need to really coming together, especially now. Lastly, I'm going to do something that is really horrible in the context of this, but I would invite you to take out your phones, This would give you the first access to the platform. You can sign up as founding members in a fraction of the cost. Get access to all 6 episodes before the official release, which is October 10th, World Mental Health Day. And be part of a special group of people globally who are helping us bring this together. The idea is to really campaign and share it as a grassroots initiative, but also the funding enables us now to start cutting and processing all the additional 100 hours of footage. By the way, including an interview with Bob Thurman, who just passed away yesterday, with the founder of Tibet House here in New York. I think we had the last interview we ever gave 2 months ago in Mexico. Yeah, so very grateful to be here, and thank you. And I'm here if anybody want to talk or engage or whatnot. Thank you. Any questions?
It's my point. I am so moved. It was really fantastic. And meeting and seeing all those elders and the ones who passed, it's almost as if that was your last rite of passage with them. And we get to see them. It's confirmational for me. Just want to say that, really.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I?
Up to you.
I agree with this young lady right here. It was definitely, I mean, it made me emotional just watching the trailer. My question is, how did creating this piece of art impact your life, negative or positively?
It's a big question. I had a moment, I was locked in a cave in the Himalayas with Swami Nipam and Amaji, incredible, one of the teachers on the show. And she initiates me, she gives me my japa, this, give me my mantra. And she was like, Gio, don't confuse, you're the seeker. It's your story, her perspective is that I'm just going through my reincarnations and kind of complete my karma. And I asked her, what do you mean? Have we met before? She said, yeah, many lifetimes. And I was like, and I had a whole film crew outside the cave. I'm like, so why do I need everybody? She said, that's part of your past. You're helping people on your way, but this is your way. So I very much feel the seeker. And her words changed my perspective, because now when I meet the elders, I ask myself internally, have we met? And when the answer is a deep yes, we go.
Wow. We should probably yes. Yeah? Okay, it's super quick. And beautifully worded.
I think what you're saying is we're all hurting, but we need to identify that. So thank you for sharing. Thank you. Would that brief enough?
Wow. So thank you, Gio. My goodness. I was right? That's quite something, isn't it? So we have a panel now, and sorry, thank you. The panel is called AI Copycat or Creative. Is that right? That's what we have on the schedule. I was just speaking with Ash Grayson, who's going to moderate this panel, and there's a lot of backlash against artificial intelligence at the moment, which I think is understandable, but mainly because people don't fully understand it. And if anything, I suspect that AI is already acting as a mirror for us to examine what it means to be human, what it means to say that we're part of humanity. And so in many ways, I would say that as a conference, we're pretty pro-AI. I think there's a lot of good that can come from it. And there's risks as well. The same is true of fire, the wheel, coffee machines, I don't know. So this panel is going to be an exploration of artificial intelligence and what constitutes creativity in autonomous systems. So I'd like to invite, first of all, onto our stage here, Ash Grayson, who's going to be moderating. She's going to be speaking later as well. I'd also like to invite Dekai. Where's Dekai? Dekai? Hello, come on stage. See, Dekai's at the back there working on 15 projects at once as we speak. Also, Michael Lee. Michael, please come up. And Jason, we've got Jason Cooperberg. Come up, Jason. So without further ado, I will hand the mic to you.
Hello. Jason. I'll let these guys introduce themselves. They always do a little better job than I do. I asked very specifically to be on a panel where I was the dumbest person. So, and Maxim, so that won't be hard. So I'm Ash Grayson. I'm co-founder of Company Matter, very proud sponsor today. We monetize content for creators. We do about 10 million minutes every hour of content across YouTube, Amazon, everything from videos to podcasts, to even Brazilian jazz. We've got some people in there. For context, it's such a big number. It's about 18 years worth of content every hour of every day. And I happily write those checks out, $2 million a month go out to creators, just like the people in this room. And so without further ado, I will let the panelists introduce themselves. Start with Jason.
Thank you. I'm Jason. I'm a software engineer, endurance athlete, a creative. I think the thing that makes me relevant to this panel perhaps is that I created one of the first consumer generative AI writing and research platforms. So back in 2020, years before ChatGPT came out, I was creating AI tools that were helping folks write and create using AI as a tool. It's obviously come a long way since then, in not just the technological sense, but also in a cultural sense as well. So excited to participate in this discussion. These days I work with a variety of companies and individuals to explore how they can use AI in their work. And I continue to use AI as my tool for creativity as well.
Thank you. Michael Lee. I am a trainer of companies in creative thinking and innovation mindset, founder of the Innotivity Institute. Innotivity is the word we use to condense creativity, innovation, adaptability into one thing, because it's one thing. My connection to AI is really as a practitioner more than anything else. I've just put out a book called World Innovators Cup, which is a mashup of famous innovators from history playing soccer. And to do that required a lot of AI imagery, because we made trading cards of all of the players. You're welcome at any point today later to have a look at some of the inside there. But I learned a lot about how AI works and doesn't work, both in imagery and in text, in doing that book. So I'm speaking more as a practitioner, I think. Secondly, I'm studying one class away from getting my master's in creativity and change leadership at Buffalo State. And we've done some studies of AI there too, so that's my knowledge. Go.
Is this one working? Yeah, it's working, this one. Hi, my name is Dekai. I'm really happy to be here. I am a musician, lifelong, since before I could speak. But I'm also an AI professor. I've been doing research in AI for 40-some years, since 1984, when I started my PhD at Berkeley. I was one of the few that drove AI into machine learning and neural nets for natural language processing in my thesis, and you might have used things like Google Translate or Microsoft Bing. I should have led with Microsoft, I'm sorry. Microsoft Bing Translator. So I pioneered things like that with radical new language models. And for the last 10 years, I've been working really heavily on AI and humanity. And it's quite a different framing. I'm looking at the social fabric. I'm looking at what it makes humans human, which I believe is necessary to understand true AI, because true AI is actually trying to understand with mathematical precision how our human minds work. And 10 years of that work is summarized in this MIT Press book that came out 1 year ago called Raising AI. It has garnered a lot of different types of critical acclaim across the board, sort of organically. MIT doesn't have much marketing budget. But really pleased about that because the paperback edition just dropped last week. I haven't even seen it. And the confidential news, not so confidential I say it, that hasn't been announced yet is that after dealing with a year of thousands of people clamoring at me for, is there an audiobook? Is there an audiobook? That audiobook will be published in a few months by Penguin Random House. Oh, my voice. This book was written with zero use of AI. Zero.
Perfect.
It's probably the last.
Maybe. So I wanted, first off, I want to leave time for questions, so thank you for your questions. But I wanted to start with, like, what is even the definition of creativity? So Michael, we talked about that a little before, and if anyone else wants to chime in as well, I thought what you had to say was pretty great.
Right, so there's like more definitions. How many people are in this room? There's more than that many definitions of creativity in this room, right? But there is one standard definition that you find in Wikipedia, you find in the traditional studies of creativity, which is that creativity means that something is both useful and novel or new, right? And shall I elide into what I was saying to you? So I read a study recently which was really interesting because it looked at, we have the normal arguments about is AI creative or not. Well, it's recombinant, it does that, we do that, it does that. But at the same time it doesn't have a spirit, it doesn't have a soul, it doesn't have a drive to do something that is going to be poetically justified by the necessity of how important it is to my growth. But this had a very different, interesting scientific explanation of that AI is not as creative as we think it is. And that was that for AI generating as a LLM to be useful, it needs to be accurate. Right? So the more useful it is, the more the algorithm is looking for a way to justify what it's saying as the correct answer. Right? But in order to be novel or new, it must do the opposite. It must look for ways to justify to itself that what it's saying is not the obvious thing, that what it's saying is an unusual thing, therefore less comprehensible, and therefore less useful. So if you make a graph of useful versus novel, right, according to the study, really fascinating. AI basically, whenever it's more useful, it's less novel, and whenever it's more novel, it's less useful. Therefore, it has a sort of curve that limits its creativity to what quantified out of 1.25 out of 1, which is approximately the average level of creativity of a human. So this study was saying that literally scientifically, according to the way that AI functions, it is limited by its function to be about as creative as the average person. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. Good?
I'm going to go.
What's your definition of creativity?
Yeah, I should have mentioned one of my research areas aside from natural language processing is music AI, computational creativity, and new media arts. So in building models of creativity, we both do sort of this functional thing where we look at different creative processes, Margaret Bowden's, whether it's combination or synthesis or transformation, etc. And we show that our AI models actually do those. But I think I would turn around this very interesting comment from I missed the citation, the paper that you were talking about. Who did that work? Oh yeah, we'll look it up later. But real time. What I think we see what we go looking for. I mean, if we look for useful, then that's what we're going to find. There's nothing inherent about what an AI has to do or not. In AI you have reward functions, and so what are you going to reward? What are you directing the AI to seek? And I think there's a lot of room for creative play in that the pure utilitarian view is overlooking.
All right, I got a hot take. Here we go. So first off, I'll tell you guys, I was doing this person up here. So if you meet a musician or an artist or a painter or whatever, they proudly say, especially musicians, oh, my song and my album, my art was inspired by this band, this band, this band. And we say, oh, that's great. We don't say, you stole from them and how much money are you going to pay them?
Unless we're Picasso,
Right.
and we do so.
The lawyers, yeah. We've seen some examples, right, where Bruno Mars has now got 73 songwriters on a song, you know, stuff like that over time. But like, what's the difference between learning from it, you know, versus being inspired by it? It's a complex question that we're gonna have to figure out. So now I'll let Jason decide how to. It's on you.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. Back to the music argument, there's this video that's out there, I think it was like Ed Sheeran, and he has like the 4 chords, and it's like every single song ever, every pop song ever is made up of these 4 chords, and they're just rearranged in different ways. In a similar way, I would say, and maybe this is a bit of a hot take or controversial take, I don't think I've ever had a truly unique idea. Every idea or thing that I've created has come from the amalgamation, the combination of everything that I've experienced, read online, taken in, and therefore it's a derivative of all those other works. One interesting point is we talk about music and art and text and writing and all these different forms of creative output. I'm a software engineer. My creative output is websites and apps and digital experiences, and the tools and the backbone, the pieces that make that up, they're not the music notes or the brush strokes, it's code. And I've seen over the past years of working with AI how much better it's gotten. So as we were talking about that study, I think it's really interesting. But I'm curious what models it was based off. If we run that same study later on as technology continues to develop, will we see something different? And that's something that I've experienced in the past few years, where when I started again in 2020, or after Dekai, you were in this space, but right when kind of generative AI, large language models were starting to kind of cross the chasm and start to put together sentences and paragraphs and code and then eventually pictures. At the beginning, everyone was like, this is never going to be a thing. AI is never going to be able to write. AI, okay, maybe it can do text, but it's never going to be able to do code, or it's never going to be able to come up with an image. And over the past, let's say, 5-6 years, we kind of keep pushing the bar. And I think that comes from a place of humans being a little insecure, I'll say. And sure, like today, an AI is not out here living like in this room experiencing the talk that we know of. But it could be, right? It could be have a video camera and taking in visual sensors. It could be taking in the audio. And that's not that different than what we are all doing. So there are some uncomfortable pieces here. And I think we're going to continue progressing. And if we can see that progress and continue to work with it and use it to our advantage, there are really opportunities to be even more creative and create even greater things.
Sorry? What was your opinion? You're ready to say something about it.
There's a lot of thoughts. You're just spurring a lot of, both of these gentlemen are spurring a lot of thoughts. But one thing I was, this morning when I was here getting coffee the first time, I was speaking to a gentleman who was telling me a story about how Robert Rauschenberg gave de Kooning one of his most cherished drawings, so that de Kooning then decided to erase the entire drawing and present it as a piece of art.
Oh, okay.
And you know, it made me think about the banana taped to the wall thing, right? Yeah. And it made me think, would AI, this is a question that I maybe have for you too, as people who've worked with AI a great deal, would AI think of those things before they've been thought of by people? Would those be artistic ideas AI would come up with before it existed as an idea?
You know, I think the first thing to ask, and this comes from, you know, like sort of a tradition of AI that is the original tradition, which is understanding ourselves, modeling ourselves. It's not just the last 5 years, everybody's suddenly plowing into downloading the statistical prediction libraries off of the shelf, right? And so any question like that, the first thing I always do is I ask, does that happen in a human? Before asking, does it happen in an AI? Because I think a large part of the reason we don't understand AI in general is because we don't understand ourselves. And the thing about it is, where do your thoughts come from? We love our mythology of free will and creativity and self-determination. But we need to differentiate, you know, sort of wishful thinking versus reality. Where did those thoughts come from? You're not in control of 99% of your mental processes. You think you are in control. That's a story. You have no idea what those gazillions of neurons are doing, and you're not controlling those neurons. And your thoughts are emerging out of what? Your subconscious. And truly understanding the mind means understanding that's non-conscious part of our mental processing, which is what real AI is trying to do. It's mindfulness. It's paying attention to what your non-conscious brain is doing. AI is mindfulness, the ultimate mindfulness with mathematical precision. And so, you know, these questions, where does the creativity impulse come from? Well, most of it is coming non-consciously, and it is a combination of randomness, driven by environment like anything else, and a combination of a certain degree of, you know, sort of like us tolerating the hallucination. And then, as anyone who's done this would know, hallucination produces a lot of noise. And most of it is, it's not just that it's not very useful, it's not very good. Right? It's like, people are like, that has not only no functional utility, it has no aesthetic utility either. And so then that's when the conscious part of our minds kicks in, right? And it's generated stuff, and it's filtering it. And once in a blue moon, if we're lucky, it kind of goes, that passes by, hey, that's kind of cool. What can we do with that? These are the processes that AI in the subfield of computational creativity are doing. We're literally trying to understand ourselves through the process of describing so accurately what our brains, largely non-conscious, are doing that we can implement a simulation of that description.
Great, that was great. I do have another, like, I was over in France at the Cannes Film Festival, and my bag got lost, right? In Maxim, there's a great party, but you have to wear pajamas. Very respectful pajamas, not crazy ancient Rome stuff. So I needed to buy a pair of pajamas. So I'm walking through France. I know enough French to like say mon français mauvais, which is stumbling through. I don't speak French very well. And so I downloaded whatever the first translator app I found that worked with my AirPods. It was definitely nothing that the guy had done. And so I'm stumbling through trying to figure out how to go buy pajamas, and I see a couple wearing what a big loungewear, right? But I don't want to insult them and say, hey, where'd you get your pajamas? So I'm trying to figure out how to articulate, hey, I like your loungewear, where did you get it? So I type it in, all right, I say it out loud, I get giggles from them, and I get shock, and then the guy goes, no, chez toi? No. And I'm like, and I think I had just asked him, I'd love to see you guys out of your clothes. So I immediately deleted the app. I'm like, ménage à uno, which is like a mix of like French and Spanish. I was total panic. I deleted the app. It occurred to me that like the currency of this stuff is really trust. That's the main, like, does it work? Does it not? Did it have utility to me? Like, Lawrence can do what he does because he has this trust, right? And authenticity. And like that, I think is what's missing in the creativity in AI space. So I just love, especially start with the comment. I think everybody should comment on this. Like, is trust the currency? Am I wrong? Or what does that look like?
You're the language guy. Start down there. I downloaded the wrong app, so.
Trust is really important in a whole spectrum of stuff that we're looking at in, AI and humanity, which is, my umbrella for AI, ethics, society, governance, public awareness, etc. I think that although trust is really important, it's sort of orthogonal to some of these other things. Like anything we talk about, there's also the trust dimension. Like self-driving cars. Do you trust a self-driving car? I mean, statistically, self-driving cars kill a lot less humans than humans kill driving. Humans are terrible drivers, especially here. Sorry, I'm an old New Yorker. I live in New York. But, I think that we don't trust the self-driving car because we believe in its heart. We trust it, rationally. This is, again, the difference between the conscious mind and the subconscious. The conscious mind says, oh, rationally, yeah, higher safety rates, right? But what about our hearts? That's the non-conscious part. And our hearts, they're great, but they also have like hundreds of unconscious cognitive biases that have been really well documented by, especially by Danny Kahneman and Amos Tversky. Danny Kahneman wrote Thinking Fast and Slow, which I highly recommend to anyone who hasn't read it. It's really easy to understand and very revealing about our own minds. Really important for creative artists, because when we understand ourselves and when we understand how our unconscious is influencing us, not necessarily the ways that we like to tell the stories about ourselves, that actually amplifies our creative power. And we see dimensions that are beyond, sort of like, well, I don't even trust my own subconscious. So when we talk about trust, it's like I need to have that conscious part of the brain, which is like 1% of my mind, like constantly cross-checking the 99% of my mental processes, which are cool, fast, very useful 80% of the time, and totally untrustworthy the rest of the time.
Do you think, though, that the conscious part is limited and the subconscious has every memory and every imprint of who you truly are, and then the conscious part has much more filters or implanted to your life experiences?
That's a beautiful way of telling the story. Our unconscious mind, the architecture of that, which today's neural networks, deep learning models, transformers are an extremely crude approximation of, do attempt to store all of that lived experience. But as you know, like we have trouble recall. It gets really hazy with time and so forth, right? And there's a kind of compression effect that's happening. I think some of the other neural network models that are not as popular with the commercial type right now are probably closer to how our minds actually work. They have more of a holographic kind of behavior. I don't know if you've played with holograms. Like they have this property where you can just infinitely store things into them, which is really cool. And then you can take a partial pattern and you can make the holographic memory retrieve the things that are closest to it. But it does it kind of hazily. Like if you've seen something a lot or recently, it'll give you a very accurate retrieval. If it's been a while, and then you have the point where you're struggling to pull it out, right? And these are the things that creative artists are dealing with all the time. And one of the techniques, if you understand that, is to actually make use of that limitation, right? And so if you go into liminal space, and you have all sorts of techniques for doing that, then you can actually try to make use of the fact that it's hazy to stimulate creating something new that still is meaningful. And that's your conscious mind directing that process. Like your conscious mind is the director.
Yeah, I guess my comment on I think trust is sort of a currency in the future as AI becomes more and more prominent. The way I typically think about it is audience. Like if you have an audience who trusts you, they've seen the work that you've done before in the past, they're going to continue following what you have and what you can do. And when AI and anyone with AI can create, right? I always say if 1,000 people can create the same app, the one that's going to win is the one that gets distribution and has trust behind it. So I think the trust is interesting, and you can also kind of tie trust and audience and presentation to the art examples that you were bringing up. I don't know if an AI could have come up with the banana on the wall, but maybe it could have. But even if we're talking about that banana on the wall example, if like I just did that in some little gallery and it didn't get all this press and become well known, would it still have been the same amount of creativity as it was, because now everyone knows about it? Does it change our perception if we know that something was created by or with AI versus by or with a human? I don't know the answer to these questions, but I think this is the way that I'm thinking about them.
Or was the creativity actually in the marketing and promotion?
Yeah.
That's what bananas say. Just a small thing. Are people familiar with the 4 Ps model of creativity? Yes, no? Anybody?
Passion work? Is it passion, project?
Process, product, press, person? No? So there's 4 different ways in that model of looking at creativity, right? From the process of, is the person creative? Is the process creative? Is the environment or atmosphere creative? Or, finally, is the product creative? And we're putting a lot of emphasis on the product. Right? We're talking about, like, is the banana creative or not? When we talk about trust, we're talking about trusting that, mostly thinking about what you were saying, thinking about the product at the end. Do we trust the product? Did it come from a place? But we're not thinking at all, and maybe we're thinking about, do we trust the process? Do we even understand the process with AI? Most people, 99% of people, you guys do for sure, right? But 99% of people, including possibly myself, don't really understand the process the way that we'd like to. So can we trust the process? When we talk about person, what does that even mean when we talk about AI? When AI is producing something creative, what is the person? It's actually a collective of every person that exists in the world, in history, since the beginning of records being kept, right? So when we look at in that model of different definition of creativity, looking at it from the 4 Ps, it starts to open up, for me at least, a lot more questions about, is AI creative or not? Because it's not just about, is its product at the end creative, it's about like a lot more pieces.
Yeah. We have, let's get his questions. We have one right there.
I don't think I have a loud voice, sorry. This might be an unpopular opinion, so hold your boots. I'm not particularly pro-AI, and I think the main reason is the environmental effects. We haven't really talked about that, and I really want to have this kind of discussion about like people who have been like very on the back of it. And I obviously don't have a PhD, so I don't want to overstep. But how do we balance the usefulness that it does have with the environmental effects that it is causing with like the data centers and all of that stuff?
Oh, all of you, yeah.
Yeah, no, this is a pet peeve of mine, so I'm going to jump in. There are a ton of memes that are floating around the media sphere that are just easy to grab onto and they go viral. But the people who created those memes don't even understand the assumptions that they're making. True AI is modeling the human mind. In contrast, transformer-based LLMs that power, Claude and ChatGPT and Grok and Gemini, those are not. Those are very crude. I'm going to give you, okay, so I have a dog. She is super cute, and her name is Boba. She's super.
bundle of love, not the brightest bulb. I've been trying to reason with Boba for 6 years why she shouldn't poop on the living room floor. And she stares at me with those loving eyes, not following a single word of what I'm saying. How do I have to teach Boba? Well, it's basically, does the right thing, it's like good girl, have a treat. Does the wrong thing, bad girl, time out. Positive and negative reinforcement. Pavlovian conditioning. That's how we're teaching transformers. The neural net architectures that power all these AI chatbots today. Transformer neural net architectures, roughly, are dog brains. But they don't get tired. You don't have to feed them, except for electricity. And there's nobody arguing for animal rights when it comes to transformers. So what do? We abuse it. How long would it take for me, if Boba never got tired, to through good girl, bad girl training? How long would it take me to train Boba to be good at spitting out the likely next word, which is what large language models do? Oh my God, it would take an exponential amount of time. I can't even get her to stop pooping on the living room floor. Let me make this more concrete for a second, okay? Transformers, even GPT 2.0, if you remember 3-4 years ago, was trained on trillions of words of English data. That's like 10 to the 12th or 13th words. Okay, and it was still making mistakes that a 4-year-old toddler would laugh at. Remember that? How many words of English would you have to train that 4-year-old toddler on for that toddler to get to that point? Any idea? 15 million words, give or take. That's all it takes, over their entire 4 years of life. That's 10 to the 6th or 7th. Do the arithmetic. Training the transformer models, even GPT-2, let alone GPT-5, doesn't just take 10x or 1,000x. It takes literally the square of the amount of data and training. If I have a student in my class, I have to repeat more or less the same things, the square of the number of times as all of the classmates. I am not going to say that that student is the brightest one. Transformer-based chatbots are models of, they're AI in the sense they're artificial idiots. True intelligence is small and smart. Do you guys have any idea how much your human brain uses? How many watts of power does your human brain use? 12 watts. If you're thinking really hard, 24. We do not need exponentially expensive, environmentally destructive data centers for true AI. The problem right now is our market dynamics, our political dynamics that are causing the tech companies to try to erect moats against any possible rivals through the game of, I'm gonna play chicken with all the competitors that I can raise money faster than you and I can raise more money than you, and I'm gonna just wait till you get chicken out. By brute force scaling these artificial idiots. That's the problem that we should be staring at.
One quick question.
Very quick, very quick.
Actually, I wanted to ask you a question because you're in the content distribution area. And I'm finding myself increasingly frustrated when I'm offered things based on what I view. It would drive me crazy if, because I had a falafel on the street, that the only choices I would ever get from now on are that type of food. And I find myself every time I'm on a platform, I'm being served up options. Because I might want to walk on the wild side and watch horror tonight and watch something completely different tomorrow, a stupid comedy. And how do you manage that, as you have a lot of creators in the room who are trying to get their content out there? I feel like with as many choices as there are now, the choices keep narrowing because these tools are used to try to serve up content.
Yeah, so I can answer that as a marketer, and so I'm 53, so my walk on the wild side would also just be watching a horror movie. That's what keep me partying hard. But, so I've actually spoken a lot with people at Google, Microsoft, and Facebook about building the algorithms to be more like responsible parents. I have 7 kids. I'm proud to say I've got my 15-year-old girl with me, and we ate at Masa last night, right? Sat at the sushi counter. She ate everything, ate every single bite of everything. But if I hadn't introduced her to that early, she'd still, I got 7 kids, so there's still a couple that are in chicken nuggets and mac and cheese world. But as a creator, I think distribution at this point is your audience, right? Like, distribution is your audience. That audience can then take you and bring you, we're seeing it right now. Kid on YouTube makes sketch comedy, and he makes a horror film called Milk and Cereal. He puts it on YouTube, makes another movie for 750 grand. That Focus buys for 15 million, and it's gonna make more than Steven Spielberg's movie. That's Obsession. We saw it again with Backgrounds. A savant kid sees a post and begins making content for a tiny community of people, right? And so the backstory is really what that was about. Everybody's sitting there saying, oh, kids don't go to movies, they scroll verticals. And I'm like, no, we literally just had, the Kane kid I met, he was 19 when he made that movie, right? He built it in Blender. And he used that as essentially a storyboard, right? So what they had in common was backstory and audience, right? If we're sitting there holding our fingers, waiting for the algorithm to get us in front of somebody, we've already lost. Just by being here, you're ahead. Because one of the algorithmic inputs is proximity, right? That's the way we always think these things are listening to us. It's because Jason and I talked about something, he mentioned it to me, I Googled it quietly to not look stupid, and then later, he gets an ad for it, because there's an assumption that we talked about it because we have proximity. So I think that is key. Audience, make sure you have your own audience. And it doesn't have to be 1 million people, right? Like 10, right? If you have 10 people that love you, that will take your stuff and promote it, you never know who they can get away with. So don't be discouraged. What I would say is create prolifically. And just don't be discouraged if Mr. Beast, the biggest YouTuber in the world, he literally screamed into the wind for years. Nobody followed him, right? And what he did was be prolific, reinvest everything he had back into bigger and better. And maybe he's gone too far at this point, but you see what he's doing now is going back and kind of behind the scenes helping young creators, a lot of them. He's doing it pro bono. So find your people, find your audience, and be prolific.
Thank you very, very much, everybody. It's a phenomenal panel. Thank you for your
That's good. The food was too good. It's your fault.
Yes. I'm British. It's always my fault.
Oh, yes, of course. Land the bricks.
Okay. So, I want to share with you how much it moves me to see everybody coming together here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. When I came up with the idea for the Creativity Conference in 2019, my inspiration was fundamentally to get extraordinary people into the room together, and to just facilitate that social alchemy, to see what would happen if people connected in this beautiful way. And part of the process is providing inspiration for conversations. Of course, one of the outcomes is that those conversations are long. A lot of them are campfire conversations that go on till the early hours of the morning, where ultimately you arrive at love. So I'm very glad, walking around during the lunch break there, to see everybody just meeting new friends, new old friends, and learning and sharing and growing. So thank you. Now I was going to do, what does it say here? A welcome and introduction to our afternoon session. Our afternoon session is a little shorter than the morning. And just to give you the lay of the land, as you can see here, just for anybody who came in this afternoon, I want to give a big thank you to Microsoft for hosting us. They also contributed to lunch. So if you see Mike, give him a hug. We're about to have our second keynote. This is our afternoon keynote from the extraordinary Dekai, who you heard on the panel just before lunch. And after that, we have presentations by Nick Levins, Ash Grayson, who was also on the panel, Tim McHenry, and then we have a panel on universal stories. I'm going to present my very well prepared, somewhere in the Akashic Record, somewhere in the ether, I have prepared my closing remarks. And then we've got a little bit of time for networking before we send people away. I want to also give a second thank you to Matter for sponsoring us. And this is probably a good moment to say, you know, we never actually get enough money to cover the costs for hosting this. And so I also paid for your lunch this afternoon. And thank you for
thank you, Mac.
Thank you for coming along. I got applause for buying people sandwiches. This is great. But it's, you know, I believe that what we're doing is worthy. I believe that it's worthwhile. I believe that the ripple effect of the impact we have is good. And I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep doing this. And I encourage everybody who knows anybody rich to tell them about the conference. Because we have a huge audience, actually. And if you know anybody that might want to connect with our audience or be a patron for the conference, I'll mention this again later, but we're hosting a massive 3-day creativity conference in Reykjavik in Iceland in August. And it's going to be just a spectacular 3-day event. So take a look at the website for more information. So our keynote now is presented by Dekai, who you'll have heard from and had a little bit of an introduction to in the panel. Dekai is going to speak about artificial creativity being human, which is something that we've talked about in the past. I think we agree 100% on. And, you know, Dekai's bio doesn't really do the man justice, extraordinary achievements. But to me, what sets Dekai apart is the breadth of his knowledge and the way that he's able to bring together critical themes in different disciplines, different industries, different aspects of the human condition. So I'm very excited to hear what Dekai has to say, and we'll switch to his presentation. It's like live radio. There we are. And I will hand over the mic. So a round of applause, please, for Dekai.
Welcome.
Hey guys, it's been a long time. So, I want to take a moment to have everyone reset our brains, if that's okay. And I want to lead with the thought that you, like all of you individually, you are an AI. I keep forgetting to take photos when I do this, because you should see your faces. What's the definition of artificial? Can somebody tell me?
Not real, not real.
Look it up in the dictionary.
No.
Made by humans. Often as a copy of something occurring naturally. Now, can we all agree that you were made by humans?
Yes.
So roughly as a copy of something that happened naturally? Mom and Dad? Okay, so the only thing left to question is whether you're intelligent. And you're here. I say this because I want us to understand that we're not just genetic copies of our parents. We're also behavioral copies of our parents. That's really important because you know what else copies their parents? AIs do. We're so used to talking about AIs as tools. How many times have you heard today that AI is a tool that we're using? What is 20th century thinking? Unconsciously, we think of AIs the same way we think of the coffee machine out there. Those are industrial age machines. Those machines, they're designed, purpose designed for the same task. They have a fixed nature. Guys, we could go argue with that coffee machine all day. It's not going to change its mind. It is not going to pick up our beliefs, attitudes, behaviors. It's definitely not going online and making massively influential decisions all day long for every single one of us about what does and doesn't pop up on our screens. Think about those phones I see every one of you holding and typing on. There's at least 100, 200 AIs in there, all day long. Your YouTube AI, your Reddit AI, your Google AI, your Netflix AI, your Amazon AI, your Apple AI, your Microsoft AI are watching you adoringly, learning to imitate. They're attention seeking, they just want your approval. Does that sound to anyone like a coffee machine? Wrong metaphor. Wrong analogy, wrong languaging. Way more accurate, they're artificial kids. Neuroatypical, to be sure. Their brain architecture is quite different. Dogs, octopuses, chickens, all neuroatypical by human standards. But they still have, psychologies. There's animal psychology, alien psychologies, AI psychologies, if you like. And the AIs today, they're, you could sometimes think of them as being autistically brilliant, occasionally, and emotionally immature. And the central question of this book, Raising AI, is how's your parenting? God, I have to remember to take photos of your faces. My what? I'm just using my tools. What are you talking about? I'm parenting these things. No, you're managing child labor. The way that you behave in front of these is the role modeling that they're learning from. Look, guys, I have for over 10 years now been working with all the OG AI think tanks, policy makers, etc. I'm on board of TFS for more than 6 years, which along with the Future of Life Institute, literally wrote the key passages of the AI Act in Europe. And I've been working with all the tech companies from those 10 years. I was one of 8 people that Google put on its AI Ethics Council, the inaugural council of that. I don't know where Microsoft was. I gotta stop ripping Microsoft. I love my Surface. Whoops. Why did I bring the Surface? Look, none of that is enough. We need to shift our thinking. Because, you know what? Regulations and guardrails from the tech companies, necessary though they may be, will never be enough. How many of you have heard that old saying, do as I say, not as I do? Yeah, when in the entire history of parenting has that ever worked? Kids do what they feel like doing, which is what they saw the rest of us doing, and the same goes for the artificial kids. Regulations and guardrails are trying to tell the artificial kids what to do and not to do, which is going to work about as well as it works for the human kids. You guys notice every time one of those companies launches a new set of improved guardrails, by the next day they've been broken again? Because inside those guardrails, if you've got garbage AIs, garbage artificial kids that are doing what they feel like doing, remember the non-conscious brain, and what they feel like doing is all the garbage they saw us doing because we're just using our tools. They're going to smash against the guardrails till they get out. Anybody who knows anything about those guardrails knows what hacks they are. There's some good academic research lately why the guardrails alone will never work. There is no substitute for raising decent AIs inside the guardrails to begin with. And that is not new wisdom, folks. When have we ever thought in the next generation of human kids that it will be okay if we not parent our human kids and just rely on guardrails to save society? That is insane. Why are we implementing insanity? This comes to us in so many different ways. Once you just make that tiny little conceptual shift in how you language AIs, and you remove this false cover of, oh, it's just a coffee machine, and we can make it safe just by having underwriters labs test it and stamp a seal on the back of that coffee machine, which I'm sure it has. And I have so many colleagues who are like building AI safety testing institutes, basically underwriters labs for AIs. And I'm like, okay, cool. I mean, let's try it, but also don't put all your faith in that, because let me ask you guys, how would you stamp a safety seal of compliance on the forehead of a 14-year-old kid? That is at least as complicated as what we're trying to do with the AIs. No. Stop thinking of them as coffee machines. And so I want to bring this line of thinking to creativity. I actually had a lot of stuff in the book about that, and then I stripped everything out of the book that was going to be even more controversial than the book already is. Because the book is a lot to wrap your head around already, and I need it to be accessible and for everybody to at least get that. So I've moved all the stuff on creativity to the second book. Subscribe to my mailing. It's on Substack, Takai.substack.com. And by the way, do that anyway, for two reasons. One, I am increasingly frequently dropping new thoughts, like what I'm going to say today, into that. And two, because we are on a campaign to empower and engage the largest civic discourse about our cultural collective aspirations for how we want these massively influential AIs online, behind our social media and recommendations, search engines, newsfeed algorithms, chatbots. What are our aspirational values and criteria for how they should be making those decisions that unconsciously influence us so much more than we realize, every single hour of every single waking day? We need to get involved. If you think those decisions should be made by a handful of tech moguls and anonymous machine learning engineers, unilaterally, by people who are not elected representatives, who are not called for by the people, with no consultation of the public, made autocratically, well then folks, move to China. Because at least they're doing that better. But if all that rhetoric about defending democracy in the age of AI is to mean anything, we need to be walking the walk. And that is what I have dedicated the rest of my career to making sure we do. So please join us. Just put your email in dekai.substack.com. We won't spam you, but we will empower you. And I want to talk about creativity in this context, because you know what? As a lifelong creative, I mean, folks older than me tell me I was picking out melodies when I was 2, before I could speak. I don't remember not playing. In fact, my Asian immigrant parents refused to give me lessons because they were terrified their son would become a poor starting street musician. But when, by the age of 10, I discovered I can make radio transceivers and talk to people far away, and analog synthesizers and computers, and I can make them get more intelligent, my parents went, phew, okay, he's not going to starve, now he can have the lessons. But at heart, I'm a creative, I'm an artist. I'm a humanist. I believe that so strongly, and that's why the spirit that I was mentioning earlier about what AI truly is so important. It's about understanding what it means to be human. It's about understanding ourselves. And I have to say that I kind of am glad that AI is raising the bar on our creative community. You know, we talk a lot about AI slop. Think about the last decades. How much friggin' human slop has there been out there? Oh my God, the repetitiveness of the plot lines and simple, and like, I could go on and on. Pop music, whatever. And occasional flashes of brilliance, but not enough. And you know what's happening? We got complacent. We allowed for that. We just took it, oh yeah, this is how things are. And now, along comes AI. And AI has rapidly risen to that very low bar that we have been setting. And it is waking us up. It is a bucket of cold ice water being tossed at us. And we're finally, again, discovering our competitive fires. We can be better than that. Thank God AI is spurring that. All right, a while ago we were asked the definition of creativity. Let's break this down, okay? What does it mean to create?
To build?
Yeah, to build. Okay, to cause something to come into being as, you know, something unique that would not have otherwise evolved without the agency of the creative. And of course, typically we think of the human as being the creative agent, but you know, there are animals who are actually creative, etc. Okay, and creative, the word means having that power, the power to create, the agency to create. Remember that definition of creativity? Made by humans? Creativity is by definition artificial. It is human in the most trivial, literal sense. But let's put that into a little bit more perspective. Okay, this word technology that we use in English, in English, we have a different word, technique, than technology. But this is not true in all languages, right? These words come from the ancient Greek, technique. And in many, many modern languages, it's still the same word. In German, even, technique means both technique and technology. We have made this distinction on, I would argue, more on emotional grounds, sentiment grounds, than anything else. We call it technology if we don't like it. We call it technique if we like it. Have you ever heard anybody rail against technique? No, it's aspirational. We all want to develop our technique, but not our technology. Has anybody here ever done martial arts training of any kind? Like Aikido, let's take a simple example, right? Now, if you do martial arts, you start out with your body, right? You might use your arms, blocking, right? In things like Aikido, you hold a rod. The rod is just an extension of your arm. Your arm becomes one with the rod. That is technique, and it is technology. Anyone here also play piano? You get good at piano, that keyboard is an extension of your fingers. You become one. You know what that flow is like. Everything in our world is relational. What is the relation? Even between my fingers and my arms, between my arms and my thought processes, and between the keyboard and my fingers. To me, the really interesting question in the context of creativity, what is the power dynamic? So I want to just take us through a few things about what, let me call this the relational power dynamic, triad. And you'll see why I call this a triad. So just think about our ecosystem that we live in, our environment. It's complex, right? So you have the relationship from me to the world. You have the relationship from the world to me. And you have the relationship between the world and me. There's an individual version of this, right, which is the relationship from me to you, the relationship of you to me, and the relationship between us. And in daily life, forget AI, like a lot of, I think, what constitutes sort of a healthy place that we have in the world is assuming the right relationship in the power dynamic for all three of those. How does that apply to creativity? So the corresponding triad for creativity would look something like this. There is creative expression. That is from me to the world or to you. And let me make that concrete, okay? I'm a pretty decent keyboardist, pianist. I'm never going to be Lang Lang. Does that mean I don't want to play piano anymore? Heck no. Because this is about self-expression. It's about expressing myself. That is the from me to the world, from me to you. That's creative expression. Okay, but then there's another side that you hear less about. There's creative impression. What do you suppose that is? Creative impression is like appreciation, right? Think about any kind of artwork, museum artwork, whatever, music, and now think how many different interpretations different critics come up with and articulate about that very same artwork. There's creativity in the interpretation, there's creativity in how you are impressed by something that's coming from the world or from another human or creative agent at me. And I may not know where that came from. Maybe it's an artist, but have you walked around in nature or in Manhattan and suddenly been struck by, oh my God, that's beautiful. It looks like an orange Donald Duck. That is creative impression. There's huge amounts of creativity in how we interpret things. We don't talk enough about that. We just think of ourselves as the expressors and not the ones being impressed. And then finally, there's creative conversation. And again, I'm never going to be Lang Lang, but does that mean if I'm sitting amongst a group of my musical friends that I don't want to jam with them? Heck no. Because it's about the conversation. It is about that relation. It is about the balance of expression and impression simultaneously in that relationship. Why am I emphasizing this? Because I hear so much of the discourse that is just sort of knee-jerk terrified about the advent of AI into the creative sphere. And I just want to put it in perspective. I'm not saying a lot of it is just, I'm very glad to have it, that the discussion is happening, it's important. But I want to add a perspective to that because there's the artificial creativity triad. Generative AI, what is it? Generative AI, is doing creative expression. It's generating. So where's our human power? Our human power lies in our own creative impression. Just as if I'm walking in nature and I see a stone lying in the bed of a creek. and I'm creatively interpreting that. It doesn't matter who created it. My interpretation is creative, entirely different from someone else's interpretation. That is a creative act. It's not about the artist, it's about ourselves. Interpretive AI, we don't hear anywhere near enough about it. AI is not only generative. You know, when I pioneered things like Microsoft Translate and Google Translate and Yahoo Translate, that was interpretive AI. It was interpreting the input in a foreign language and need to understand it well enough to be able to translate it into something you could understand. So where does our human power lie then? Then, with interpretive AI, our power lies in the creative expression. Translation to modern chatbots, you're prompting. How creative is your prompting? You're creatively expressing to another agent, in this case an AI, an artificial child, that is creatively interpreting. And we have all seen the results of a chain of creative expression and creative impression leads to chaos sometimes. And then lastly, there's transductive AI, and most of us never hear about that, which is AI that's doing both expressive and impressive processing. And there, it's a matter of joint power. Between the human and the AI, our joint power lies in the co-creation. That co-creation, oh my God, if you're a true creative, you're going to want to be all over that. And I get it. There are those of us who have devoted years to perfecting our motor skills on a keyboard and whatever, and that feels threatened. There is, natural human insecurity about that. But think about this. Some of you are old enough to remember music in the 1980s, right? New wave, synth pop. Do you remember the musicians union? Especially the drummers? I'm also a percussionist. Terrified of the drum machines. Oh my God, what happened? Does anyone remember? The musicians union, were threatening a strike, all that kind of stuff, and negotiated an agreement with the recording industry, requiring that any live show have a live human drummer on stage, resulting in a decade of live stage performances where you had a front row of black-clad synth keyboardists and a human drummer in the back, doing one of two things, either drumming furiously, but really was just tapping the hi-hats because the drum machine was doing it all, or the drummer was just holding space. Fast forward today, have drum machines destroyed drummers and percussionists? Hell no. All kinds of unleashed creativity. The drummers and percussionists are actually using these things, they're programming their own beats and coming up with amazing hybrids. And you have live performances where they're both going at it in ways that we couldn't have imagined, and there's more coming as those drum machines get more and more interpretive. They get more into what I was calling the conversational mode, the transductive AIs. The possibilities are crazy. Look, I get the insecurities, but a true creative seizes that. This past year, at an after party after an event that I was speaking at here in New York, suddenly found myself in the tiny VVIP lounge, sequestered away, and in the corner there was a cluster of 4 or 5 people, and it turned out they all recognized me, and they're like, Dekai, come over, and I suddenly find myself face to face with Billy Idol celebrating his birthday. Who, oh my God, the guy's still working out so. I can't believe it. He's like, yeah, I just released my latest record. I didn't use any AI on it, but I like for the next one. I mean, props. A true creative sees something like this and they're like, what can I do with that? That's the spirit that I hope all of us remember. How do we maintain that right relationship in the power dynamic between the human and the AI? How do we assume our power, not only in expression, but also in impression and in conversation? How are we raising the AIs? Are we raising them with the healthy relational power dynamics or the unhealthy ones? How mindful are we in our own relational power dynamics of creativity? Have we done the work on ourselves? Because that's what we're raising the AIs with. And we want to make sure we nurture our AIs to be mindful in their relational power dynamics of creativity. Thank you very much.
Goodness. Dekai, I think you took us all the way there. I think it's beautiful. Yeah, I've been thinking about AI for as long as I can remember, and I don't think I've ever met anyone that can so clearly convey the different aspects of it, the impacts of it. Thank you. So, moving on swiftly. Our next speaker is Nick Levins. Nick Levins is going to explain why he doesn't measure, why I don't measure is the name of his presentation. Nick's running a number of creative projects, and I would like to know why you don't measure. So, over to Nick Levins.
Early in my sculpting career, I was in Italy, and I was told a story about Michelangelo and his creation of Moses. If you've ever seen this in person, it's one of the most impressive sculptures you'll ever encounter in your life. It's one of the most precise things that I've ever seen a sculptor do, and it's truly impressive. The story goes that Michelangelo, after finishing this incredibly impressive piece, was sitting in his studio looking at it. And he looked at it and he said, "You're just too damn perfect." He threw a chisel at it, and it hit the hand and broke one of the fingers off of it. To do something like this, what you have to do is you create a sculpture out of clay. And then you take very, very precise measurements, and you translate those measurements onto the marble. You do put points on the marble, and then you carve to those points, and then you do the precise measurements again, getting ever and ever more precise until you get something like this. It takes a lot of different sculptures of the marble, and it takes a lot of different sculptures of the clay, and it takes a lot of goes at the marble to get it right. So Michelangelo's piece was too perfect, and he tried to destroy it. I'm gonna move over to this. It's still hot.
Yeah.
How's that? Better?
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. No one wants a hot lamp. So that's Michelangelo's process. That is not my process. My name is Nick Levins. I'm a sculptor. I started sculpting from, I come from a background of film and theater. In my background, it's bound by a different set of rules. The well-made play, you have a lot of different structures of screenplays. You have your 3-act structure, your 8-sequence structure, your Harmon secular cycle. And all of these forms are bound by a collaborative spirit that goes across the mediums. So when I started to work in the visual arts, it was a pretty big shock to my system, going from something that I'm working with collaborators to a solo art form. I'm supposed to be flipping through slides. So this is where I started sculpting. I was traveling in Italy years ago, and I was taking classes, doing tours, and I randomly decided to take a marble sculpting class. There, I met the guy in the very far picture, Marco, who's a master stone sculptor in this quarry, which is a 2,000-year-old quarry in Carrara. I asked the Fabiola, whose family's owned the quarry for 500 years, how long they've been in operations. She said since the year before Christ, which really puts things in perspective for you. When in a place like this, looking over a stone quarry to the Mediterranean, you're struck by the age of the place, the history. It's said that a lot of Michelangelo's blocks came from this specific quarry, and I was overwhelmed by what I didn't know. I learned a lot about the form just in my first day of working with Marco, and things I wasn't expecting to know. Stone, like wood, has a grain, and the direction that you come at the stone with changes how you're sculpting. It changes the forms that you're able to take, the pressure that you need to put on the piece. The manipulation of the tools that you're using completely defines the piece and how you're using it. And the most striking thing is the process of polishing. And I never really expected that polishing would take as much time as it does, and how much it would transform the stone and the ability for it to have different types of look. What was most impressive to me is, impressed upon me on that day, working solo, is it became a conversation with the stone, as opposed to my normal art form, which was a conversation with a group of people in order to create something together. So it was really a very different process. And I'm imagining probably when you're thinking of me or anybody else sculpting, you're probably thinking stuff like this. You know, it's me with a big block of stone, and I'm coming at it with a chisel or my pneumatic hammer and chisel, and we're really pounding away at it. You're probably thinking of force and a block being subjugated by a person, and it's about scale and the monumental and doing these giant things that last forever. In reality, my work looks a little bit different. My work looks more like this. My work looks small. It's delicate. It's time-consuming on the most minute things, and that's by design. It's because I take a very different approach than what Michelangelo was doing in creating truly monumental works. So I became very interested in the relational nature of objects in person. And I'll get a little bit about what that means, but I'm going to talk a little bit about how I work first. I'm often working small. I'm working on delicate items. I'm working on breakable things. I'm working on things that take a lot of time to polish. And you'll see here, I'm using really fine tools on really small things. And I want to say again, I'm spending a lot of time polishing. It's all about polishing. My life is sandpaper and polishing. But it's what I do is very conversational with an object. And I often ask the question to the actual rock of what do you want to become? And this comes out of a specific place. I started making things for people. I started making rings.
The first piece that I decided to make, I wanted to make for my best friend who was coming out as trans, who disappeared on my friend group for about a year. We didn't know why, she came out. And I wanted to make something for her that was small and special and a talisman of a renewed friendship. I wanted to make something that was representing protection, so I made her a ring of protection. I put a blessing on an object that I made, and I gave it to my friend. And it was a really, really special thing between us. It became exactly what it was intended to be, a renewal of our friendship. So each piece of stone that I work with becomes something for somebody. In my work with the stone, it has taken the place of my collaborator. So each piece is a call and response. I'm adapting to the stone rather than trying to force my will upon it. What happens in the process is each stone is different. Like I said, each stone has a grain, each stone has different nuances to it. Each type of stone has nuances to it. Some stones have veins, some don't. Some are really brittle, some are really hard, some are really fragile. And when you're working with small pieces, the stone sometimes decides it doesn't want to be the thing that you want it to be. Also, sometimes the stone decides it doesn't want to be the shape you want it to be. And so, in that, I'm meditating on the person that I'm making the thing for. The stone's telling me, I want to be this, not this. Sometimes the stone is compliant, sometimes it's defiant, and I just kind of go. So in making things for people, I started very, very specifically trying to force a stone to be a thing, and then stones kept breaking and telling me, I don't want to be that. I want to be something else, and I just let it happen. Let's see. Yeah, so with each person, I'm left with a custom piece that's really, really personal. And that comes out of a conversation between me as an artist and the stone. And during that time, I'm usually meditating on the purpose of the stone and why I'm making it for the person. I get commissions now, and I do long-form interviews with people. Where are you at in your life? What are you doing? What are your hopes? What are your dreams? What are your fears? And while I'm making that, making the piece for them, a ring usually, I'm keeping that in mind. And the stone is helping me along the way to define what it wants to be. So, I love this process for a lot of reasons. I spend hours thinking about a specific person and their conditions, their life, and what they want. People have come to me to commission pieces when they are going through big life transitions, moves across the country, divorces, new jobs. And it's really terrific to be able to share in that with them. A lot of times people just commission me because they like the look of the thing. And that's great too. And we'll spend time talking about aesthetics and decision to make something that looks a certain way for a specific reason, or they like a color, or they like a specific artist, and we try to do that. I also started spending a lot of time considering object and materiality, and what that begins to mean in my relationship with things around me. And when you start to spend time in the creation of objects, not just for the purpose of selling them, but for the purpose of them imbuing meaning to the person that they're going to be held by for the rest of their life, it changes your relationship with things, with all things. And so this decision not to measure and let an object come into being as it wants to come into being. Because the object has existed well before I came across the stone that I transformed into this thing. It really makes you think about everything that you're interacting with on a daily basis. And my partner will note that I hate to throw things away because of it. And I spend also hours considering the nature of impermanence and the durational nature of things and how that relates to time. When you spend time with stone, you start to think about all of the things that we've inherited from other cultures and the things that they made in stone. You start to think about the other things that were made before people were starting to make things out of stone. We tend to think about history when we start to recognize objects made in stone. And that history starts about 6,000 to 8,000 years ago. And more we are finding things in wood, fabric, that have lasted. It's really, really rare, but they're there. And there was culture before there was things in stone. I just happen to have found an artistic medium that lands on a continuum where it's more durational than others. And if you start to think about time in this way, it really lands very hard with the things that you're holding on to every day. What's important to you? What are the things that you think of as lasting? So I have a few hopes in this. I hope that my work changes how people interact with the things around them, especially for the things that get made for them. I hope that people think differently about the things I make for them, but you know, that's my personal hope. I also think that I have a deep hope that we can change the way that we think about sculpture from only being things that are monumental to things that are small. And those small things have equally monumental meaning to the individuals that they're made for. And I hope to create items that are intended to be cared for and lasting with meaning and time. Something like this that's on my hand and the things up here need to be cared for or they'll break. This whole series of rings is called This Too Shall Break. The intention is that if you don't take care of it, that they might break. If you do take care of it, they might break. That's such as the impermanence of the thing. And that's okay. So enjoy it while it lasts. So I'm going to leave you with a thought, and I think Maxim will be happy because I think I'm going under time here.
You're over by about 50.
Okay, all right. Going over time. On a long enough timeline, no one remembers the name of any artist. But we do remember objects infused with purpose and care. I think that future generations will always feel the meaning of the art that's left behind. Thanks.
Will I be able to see it on that screen too? Will I be able to see it on that screen in front? You'll get to see.
Thank you very much, Nick.
Okay, great.
Goodness. I don't know if it's the jet lag or the richness of the content. My brain is filling. How are you all feeling?
Great.
Overwhelmed? All right, riding the wave?
Inspired.
Inspired? Wonderful. So we have just two more speakers and a panel for you. And we're going to hear from Ash Grayson now. And Ash, as you've seen in the schedule there, he's saying that creatives should not be cynical about AI. And I think cynicism is the mind killer. It's a terrible callback to a film. So,
mics. I love 2 mics. Yeah, so a round of applause. Hopefully no one's going to be throwing rotten tomatoes at me after this. But as you can see, my title here is Creatives Should Not Be Cynical About AI. Subtext is curiosity is more powerful than fear. So a lot of people get like their smarts and their inspiration from like Socrates or Thackeray. For me, it's more like late night talk shows, which I loved as a child, because there was something about like getting to stay up and hear, you know, Johnny Carson hold his monologue. So let me take you back to January 2nd, 2010. Conan O'Brien is about to take the Tonight Show stage for the very last time. I don't know if you all know the story, but this is his dream job. And he'd had it for only 7 months. Only 7 months. And he was very publicly removed, right, and forced out, right? And so the universe tuned in, like I did, because I'm like, this guy was a writer for SNL, which I loved. This guy, he was a writer for The Simpsons. He is going to dig into them, and it's going to be fantastic, right? He didn't do that. He walked out on stage. I've met him before, a really sweet guy. He's a giant, gangly, 6 foot, whatever. He walked out onto the stage and he said, with tears in his eyes, emotional, biting the back, he said, I have a message for the young people. And I was like, okay, surely there's a twist. No. He said, please do not be cynical. I hate cynicism. It's my least favorite quality, and it doesn't lead anywhere. He chose to say that in the most important moment, in the very last second on the stage he coveted his entire life. And that's what he chose to say. So what does cynicism even mean? I had no idea Yuli was going to hand out flowers. They're right over there. But famous cynic H.O. Mencken defines it as, a cynic is a man who, when he smells flowers, looks around for a coffee. Pretty powerfully, just going to let that waft over you, right? How is that relevant to AI? Boom. AI has become the coffin everyone's looking for. Connect that analogy. I know it's after lunch. This right here is a post from an X.com user. It's now actually got over 9 million, right? Tag with made with AI. And it says, I just generated an image in the style of a Monet painting using AI. Please describe in as much detail as possible what makes this inferior to a real Monet painting. Internet's not shy about commenting, as we all know. And we're behind, and I wasn't in my slide anyway. One user had a 700-word dissertation on what was wrong with it, including how the brush strokes were all off, and how there was no way that an AI could replicate the late-stage myopia that Monet had. Some of my favorite comments, the one we always hear, this one's cleaned up a little because my daughter's with me. Slop, doesn't look anywhere near like a real Monet. Looks exactly like somebody trying to replicate the style and achieving like 20% of it. The next comment, it's all borked nonsense with no sense of space. But an actual, more, some substance in it. It's like, look at a Monet and what does it say? Beauty, tranquility, unsullied nature. Look at the AI image. Does it say the same? There's no tranquility. The water seems like it's on fire with greenish flames. It's busy, artificial, nature in turmoil, polluted. One can get lost in the atmosphere of a Monet. On the other hand, one wants to jump in the water and get far away from the place the AI crafted. Nice try, Diddy. That's my favorite comment of the whole, like that. They did modify for this. Nice try, AI Diddy, which I thought was pretty clever. Here's the problem. It was a real Monet. So it was an experiment, right? We could go into some other studies. You can look them up. If you take an AI creation and a human creation and don't say anything about it, it's almost 2 to 1, 3 to 1 for the AI creation, right? If you say an AI made this, those numbers reverse, and sometimes get worse. Also, ironically, Monet's first name is Claude. Just throwing that out there for the universe. And so, how I've thought about this is like, I'm not saying don't be critical, because I think criticism is important. Criticism creates, cynicism dismisses. Oscar Wilde, not on late night TV, He said a cynic is a man who knows the price of everything and the value of nothing. Super interesting quote. Ken Burns, who I love, is a documentary filmmaker. This one's powerful. This one's great. It says, I think we too often make choices based on the safety of cynicism. Right? That's not like bold, it's safe, right? What we're led to is a life not fully lived. Cynicism is fear, and it's worse than fear. It's active disengagement. Criticism engages. Like, I'm a super nice guy, so I won't say this sucks in my criticism. I'll be like, I see a lot of opportunity for improvement here. Like this, you know. But even if it said it sucks, that's different than disengaging. Criticism improves things. Cynicism avoids them. See a lot of creatives doing that with AI. Criticism participates. I'm going to look at this, tell you what I think about it, tell you ways to make it better. I don't know if those colors work. Cynicism withdraws. Cynicism says, stop, bye. Every creative revolution has been met with cynicism. Every one of them. And I love this. Every revolutionary technology begins as an inferior version of something that already exists. Here's some examples. The very first radio and TV. People are like, what? Why would I not just want to go watch a live performance? I'm going to watch it in this little box? Wait, I can hear people sing in Carnegie Hall. Why do I want to listen on this? You know, I don't want to hear that. Other people saw, I can now sing for people that aren't in this room. They saw an opportunity for scale. I love this guy. I want to party with this guy. Like, that's one of the first digital cameras. Look how proud he is of his cinder block. Right? He's just like, I'm changing the world. But anybody that developed film was like, you are an idiot. Right? Like, seriously, what are you going to do? But he saw the potential for it and what happens when it becomes manipulatable in real time. Right? This is my favorite one. 1,000 songs in your pocket. I was so excited when that iPod came out. I'd come out of the music business at the time. And my friend's like, yeah, 1,000 songs in your pocket that sound like crap. Have you actually listened to an MP3? The compression, there's no low end, there's no this, that, or the other. And in this, right, the first AI-generated portrait, right? Obviously, we're way better than that now. I put this in there and then looked it up and realized that this just sold at an auction for about $450,000. So wow, it worked. So the real question is not like, can an AI paint like Monet? It's not what we're saying. My position is, will creatives learn the tools that will shape the future? Back to late night television. This is a banger of a quote, so I'm going to leave it up here. You can take a picture of it. This is Stephen Colbert, another one, didn't make it through, right? This wasn't his last show, but it's one of his most famous quotes of the show. Cynicism masquerades as wisdom, but it's the farthest thing from it. Because cynics don't learn anything, because cynicism is a self-imposed blindness, a rejection of the world, because we're afraid it will hurt us or disappoint us. Cynics always say no. But saying yes begins things. So my ask of the creatives watching at home and later and in this room is, will you say yes? A few final thoughts. AI may change how we create, may change our industries, may change our workflows. But the greatest threat to creativity is not AI. It's cynicism. Because creators never stop learning, but cynics do. I would drop this, but I don't want to hurt it.
I sped through. I was saying earlier on, when I was a kid, as a teenager, I made the very intentional decision that I would not become a cynical man. I was determined not to be cynical. And I'm very glad I made that decision, because I think cynical people are miserable. So I'm with you, Ash, 100%. But I've decided recently to become a curmudgeon. I have a famous frown, and I think being a curmudgeon, you know, it kind of works, right? It kind of fits me. You know, I just have to change the way I walk. I'm going to start walking like John Wick. Come in the room. Is the coffee ready? Anyway. I have a hidden talent that I'm not going to reveal on this microphone, but I can shout like an angry Japanese man from a Kurosawa film. And this is it's a talent that I've spent years perfecting, and it's part of my new curmudgeonly identity. No, you'll have to find me. You'll have to find me in a late night bar somewhere.
In a late night bar.
We'll go to a karaoke stage. I won't do karaoke, but I'll do confused Japanese. So, we have a presentation now from Tim McHenry. And Tim and I met some time ago and just had an extraordinary conversation about his approach to understanding multiple cultures and the ways in which narratives can change the world. Where's Tim? Oh, Tim's right there. So,
patiently waiting for my
so you did that teleportation thing, you just materialized. So as ever, I won't steal Tim's glory. I'll hand over the mic, and please a round of applause. Tim's going to speak about how to step inside a painting. Over to you.
So when was the last time that you imagined yourself stepping inside a painting? Maybe when you were 5? I mean, Mr. Gartel, of course, is stepping inside paintings every day of his life, but that's also true of Tibetan Buddhists, particularly Tantric Buddhists. They step inside paintings every day. It's de rigueur. Because there's a practice called the mandala practice, so this is what we see on the screen in front of us. And, you know, mandalas are an invitation to step inside, sure, if you're ready, and not all of us are. So let's prepare you a little bit for what this might actually be like. So the mandalas you might have seen come in the form of sand paintings, but they're also three-dimensional in the form of palaces. They also come as four-dimensional representations of space and time, or more accurately, representations of the microcosm of the universe that is your mind. And the thing is, when you work for a museum of Himalayan art, and I'm from the Rubin Museum, when you put an 8-year-old in front of a mandala, what does she see? She might see some sacred geometry, but does she know the meaning of it? And our role as a museum, of course, is to present art, but also help interpret it so that people can actually get inside. And to do that, we need a little creativity and a little help from, well, the teachings themselves. And what are those teachings? Well, Alan Watts put it very beautifully. He said, Buddhism isn't actually a teaching. It's essence. It consists in a certain kind of experience, or as Maxim would say, knowing. And so that's kind of what we decided to do, create experiences for people. And this is well within the tradition. The Tibetan word is non-Shri, and Tantric masters of both the Indian and Tibetan traditions have long practice. A bodily, embodied experience is a way of understanding. It's not about knowledge, it's inherently getting it. So when we embarked on this exercise of trying to create an installation, allowing people to step inside the mandala of the Vairocana mandala, we drew upon artists as catalysts for the experiences, but we also went to neuroscientists and psychologists and said, okay, how's this going to land? And Leila Debachi, who heads the memory lab at Columbia University, was one of our advisors. And we were gestating this during COVID, and so she ran a study with her students, who were all, of course, all learning from screens at that point. And the one set of students had to just read what was on the screen, and the other set of students had to press the screen in order to activate the information. Guess which group of students were able to retain the knowledge that was imparted by more than 15%? Okay, great. Come to the front. No, that's it. So even that light touch embodiment was enough to engage more potently. Now, what if we made that touch a little riskier, a little more embodied, maybe even a little more playful? Thank you, Naomi. So maybe that 8-year-old will feel more inclined not to lean in, but actually empowered to step in and be the agent of her own destiny within this mandala. So the Vairochana mandala, which is the example we chose to create an installation out of, is really, think of it like the architecture of your mind. And, you know, contemporary psychologists often refer to our mind as a house with various compartmentalized rooms that exhibit certain behaviors. And this is not dissimilar, but the tantric invitation is to say, hey, you don't have to accept this Airbnb as it is. You can actually move the bed from that dank little corner and put it by the window if you choose. And if you're a tantric practitioner, how about taking down that load-bearing beam and move it somewhere else? In other words, if you can't technically change your physical environment or your environmental circumstances, what you can do is change the way you perceive it. And that is called empowerment. So in this particular mandala, at the center, there are 4 chambers in the outer section, which are all colored. And they represent states of mind that get in the way of us understanding the big picture. They are anger, they are pride, envy, desire. And they cause or cloud our understanding of who we are, why we are, and who we could actually be in relation to everything else. And so we're going to go on a little journey today, because that journey is going to address what humanity needs at this very pivotal point in time. So we created this installation, which was both here in New York, but also traveled around Europe. And it was called the Mandala Lab, where emotions can turn to wisdom. And so we sent people on this journey. Now we made sure that, or we invited rather, people not to pack too much on this journey, particularly not your ego, because that's sure to get in the way. And we invited people to roam around this experience. And the first experience that they had to encounter was a mirror. And you look in the mirror and you ask yourself, honestly, this is so analog, people, I'm sorry, AI folks and digital advocates, this is so analog. You look yourself in a funhouse mirror and you have to make a choice of which of these particular receptacles to put your coin in. And the receptacles were states of mind drawn from the teachings, not invented by us, of do you feel better than other people? In other words, arrogant. Do you take credit for other people's work sometimes? In other words, entitlement. Do you never feel you're going to make it, aka inferiority? Or do you sometimes take pleasure in other people's pain? So the visitor has to acknowledge something if they recognize it in themselves, and the coin drops. But the coin makes a sound as it drops. And guess what that sound is? It's a sound of someone's token hitting everybody else's token. In other words, hey kiddo, we're all the same. It's the wisdom of equality. The next section up was attachment. And attachment comes in various forms. It's desire, sure, it's longing, it's also repulsion, and it's mollycoddling, and you know, who doesn't have an attachment to their pets, right? But here, we invited, in this case, 6 different artists from around the world to share a smell that triggers a very strong memory for them. So the visitor again, did something that perhaps isn't possible in the digital world yet. They actually got to smell something. And it was, say, Laurie Anderson's trigger of cigarette smoke, for example, or Apichapong, where it's such a course trigger of a Thai waterfall. So visitors got to experience it and compare their emotional reactions to that of the artist. But what I really liked about this particular experiment was, yeah, the artists were great, very accomplished, beautiful, exquisite, painful, touching. Yet the visitors were invited to share their scent memories, and we got thousands of them. Can anybody, if you smelled Chanel No. 5 in the room right now, would you recognize it? Hands up, just as a selection. Oh, fair number, okay. So I just picked 3 stories by visitors about the smell of Chanel No. 5. And the first one was, when I smell Chanel No. 5, I remember her. I miss you. When I smell the Chanel No. 5, I remember smoking cigarettes in the boys' bathroom at summer camp. We would all gather there and smoke, and I would spray the perfume to cover the smell, not realizing it totally didn't. The perfume was much too old lady for me. But it was gifted to me from an aunt who worked for Estee Lauder. It was a huge bottle, way too much for a lifetime. But to this day, I think it was the best use of that perfume. And to this day, when I smell Chanel No. 5, I think of that memory. When I smell Chanel No. 5, I remember my mom getting ready to go out with my dad. This didn't happen often. My parents were unhappy, and my mother was an abusive alcoholic. I have mixed feelings about this. 3 radically different emotional responses to the self-same molecular stimulus. What's that about? Well, it points to the fact that we humans perceive the world totally differently, or differently enough, based on our conditioning, our DNA, our upbringing, our environment, our cultural facets, and this is the wisdom and discernment of this section. Yes, sure, we're all the same. We learned that in the first section. In this quadrant, we learn that we're all different. Now what gives? Well, both give. And the challenge is that we have to learn to hold those 2 qualities, understandings, relationships in balance as we navigate society. The North, it's green. It's about envy, that sharp-elbowed competitive thing that gets in the way of collaboration sometimes. And here, I invited a Tibetan-American sculptor called Paul Weinreb to create a luminous orb that emits a light pulse every 5.5 seconds. And the invitation to the visitor was to match your breathing to the light. But of course, what's actually happening when you're in this room, in this green chamber with strangers, is that your breathing is actually synchronizing with everybody else in the room. And if there are scientists among you, you will know what happens when we humans get into the same space and do something at the same pace. It's called entrainment. Our heart rhythms align, whether we're aware of it or not. Musicians, you get this all the time, right? And what happens, and the studies are fascinating, what happens when entrainment takes place is that members of that particular group start exhibiting pro-social behavior towards other members of that group. It's tribal, people. It's all been about our survival. This is how we became society. And so you might have noticed that we have started to move from this egocentric me to this more, dare I say, holistic we, this migration from self to selflessness. But people, we're dealing with humans. And this is called a lab. So we couldn't get away with that. We'd have to admit the fourth section, the blue section, and test this assumption. The blue section is about anger. What happens when we're angry? We say something we usually regret 2 seconds later, or we hurt our knuckles, right? And so it was immensely fun to think about an installation which would allow visitors to actually hurt their knuckles. In other words, hit something in a museum on fun. So I got 8 musicians, 8 percussionists, and we've had a few percussionists here in the room today, to select a disc, a tam-tam, a gong, that visitors get to hit. But what they did with it was unparalleled. They had to think about something that got their goat, that made them really angry, and then strike the gong, and then dip that gong into the water as it was resonating. And what happens, the physics of what happens when you transform vibration and sound in a different medium, it's funky, people. It makes such protestations, fizzing in the water, changing and warping the pitch. It may make you giggle because it's weird, which is a great antidote to anger, by the way. You should try it. But the point of the exercise was this. Your job was to leave that gong in the water until all the resonance had faded from your hearing, and the water was still again. And the teaching, the actual teaching says, transform your energy of anger into mirror-like wisdom. And what you have in front of you, you have the world's first mirror, a surface of water. And when you could see your reflection clearly in that again, well, a little bit of time might have passed between your first feelings of anger and your next action, which creates a little bit of space. And in that little bit of space, there's just a chance, small but possible, a chance that patience might have a chance to grow. And that allows you the clarity to navigate the path ahead. And so we circle around the mandala time and time again, accumulating the teachings. And it'll be a time, perhaps, before we ever manage to get to the center, which is the harbor of ignorance, the very thing that informs all these other clashes, these afflictions. And so I leave you with this quote from one of the guiding teachers from this tradition, Mingyur Rinpoche, who was also the advisor on this installation. And just to help us all realize, and this is particularly profoundly useful because I take this experience around to university campuses, particularly the week before finals. That's my favorite time. And students come and take part in it. And what they get to realize is that they don't need to be defined by their emotions. You can feel sad. You don't need to be sad. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? 2 questions.
Meaning of life, anyone? Anybody want to ask?
What is the meaning of life?
Well, the meaning of life is selflessness. Giving without any expectation of return. I learned that the hard way. Yes, Andrew.
In Tibetan Buddhism, one of my teachers told me when you meditate, especially Tibetan Buddhism, you're not properly prepared. It can be dangerous.
Yes.
Could you share with us something about that.
Oh yes, I'd love to. So what we did at the Reuben, sort of in the years before we vacated the building and went global, was we did dark retreats, which is exactly the sort of practice that is incredibly dangerous if you're not prepared for it. Now, we did it, of course, with a very accomplished teacher, Justin van Boerdosch, who's got a dark retreat center now in Massachusetts. And, you know, we did toe dips like 5 minutes then, 20 minutes, and then it was so interesting. There was a safe word if anybody felt uncomfortable by being in the pitch dark with strangers for any length of time. The safe word, by the way, is very useful. It's handkerchief. If you ever feel anxious, you could use it. But what was interesting that one session, I remember, the AV guy fell asleep in the booth and didn't bring the lights up at the appointed hour. We were there for 90 minutes in the dark and nobody said handkerchief. Everybody was just absolutely entranced. And yeah, absolutely. Even in the Mandala Lab, this sort of light touch, very secular experience of these particular teachings, people got emotional and we had to be prepared for that. Maybe, do I have a minute?
You have at least a minute and 7 seconds.
Oh gosh, let's make use of that second. So there was this this extraordinary letter we got, and I just hope I can find it in time, that really helped me understand what was needed in terms of allowing things to happen, but also being prepared for what nobody could have anticipated. So this email came in about a year or so after we opened the exhibition. Hi, my daughter Ellen and I visited your wonderful museum last week, and I wanted to let you know how healing and calming the visit to your museum was for us. We were especially moved by the anger exhibit on the second floor with the gongs and the water trough. 2 years ago, we lost one of our daughters to epilepsy. We have been devastated as a family. Knowledge helps with this grief, but your museum was a welcome reprieve for both Eleanor and me. When we approached the anger exhibit, we looked at each other and for the first time realized how angry each of us was about Eleanor's death, Grace's death, sorry. We stayed at that exhibit for some time, hitting the metal circles and dipping them into the water over and over. It was a profoundly moving experience for us, and our souls felt less heavy and the anger lifted so much. And it gave us permission to share this letter, so I'm doing it. But the thing about museums is that they are safe spaces, or they're perceived as such, and that's good enough. And that allows museums, and I wish more museums would do this, is take risks. Because if you don't take risks, you're not going to grow. And museums are places of cultural understanding and growth, and that's our job. So, risking a little bit, like doing dark retreats, but having all the safety procedures in place, or understanding what may happen in these environments and being prepared for them, that's a responsibility that we have to carry. And we only do so with the blessings of the teachers of this tradition. That is absolutely paramount. That's the only way forward. That integrity is vital. So I hope that at least partly addresses your concern.
I just wanted to say the Reuben Museum is one of my favorite museums, and the night I broke up with my 7-year relationship, I wandered in there for the first time, and I wandered around this museum that I didn't even know anything about, and it was so healing to me. And I found this girl sitting there with a mask. She was bald and had a mask, and I sat down next to her, and I was like, "Are you okay?" And she was there, she had cancer, and she was there because she was doing, she wasn't able to be around any other people, and this light, she was this light. And I sat there and I talked to her, and it made me go completely outside of myself and what I was going through, this release of this relationship. And it was this, your space has such a meaningful place in my heart and my life. So I just wanted to share that with you, because it made such a difference. And
thank you, but look what you did. You sat next to somebody, you reached out, you made the inquiry, you made the space happen. And that's your generosity, that's your selflessness, which rewarded you. So, yeah, creating the space on one level, but we all create the space if we're mindful of it and attentive and can get past our common day thinking. And that's creativity. I think we should end it there.
Thank you very much, Tim. Sometimes I feel like after a particular exploration, stillness is the only answer. It's beautiful. Thank you. We have just 4 things left for you today. We've got a coffee break that I need you to take minus 20 minutes to have a coffee break. That's fine, right? So we do have, there's another box of coffee around the corner, there's the machine, there's cold drinks and so on. Please stretch your legs for a moment. If you can, just take 5 or 10 minutes, come back. We've got an amazing panel for you with some tremendous speakers. And then a couple of cheap jokes from me, and then we have a little bit more time for networking. So please don't treat this as the conversation time. We've got time for a conversation at the end of the day. So stretch your legs, do some star jumps, and come back in a moment.
Star jumps. Show them. There we go. We said it twice.
Okay, take a seat, take a breath. All right. I'm going to take the hot seat for a moment. Now, before we begin, I would like to ask you to please take a moment and breathe with me, because we've had a lot of things to think about, we've had a lot of interesting presentations, and I'm inspired by Tim. I want to just do one breath together so that we can refocus for this last panel, and then we can get back to the dad jokes and the coffee and the conversation. So if you would like to, just breathe in, hold it for a moment, and breathe out, just in a nice, natural way. And as you breathe out, just feel your shoulders relaxing, feel your face relaxing, your hips, your ankles, just relax. When I established the Creativity Conference, part of my inspiration was a story I was told about shamanism. And the story is that if a particularly large ceremony is going to be performed, you might have a second shaman. The first shaman performs the ceremony. The second shaman holds the space. And my job as the founder of the Creativity Conference and the director is to hold the space. And I hope you have felt today that it is a safe space, that you can relax, you can take your armor off, and if you feel like talking nonsense, it shall be. It's okay. So we're very fortunate now to have one more panel, and I requested this panel theme, and the theme is universal stories, because I'm very interested in both the ways in which we are different to one another, and equally the ways in which we are the same. I think that our culture places a great deal of emphasis on this fragmentation of our species, that we forget that we're family because we've got slightly different appearance or a different way of expressing the same poetry. But I find the more I travel, the more beautiful I find the similarities between us, and I want us to explore that in terms of storytelling. So, see, I'm talking too much, and my phone is timing out. Telling me that I'm too verbose. That's what they said at school. So, I'd like to invite to the stage our moderator, Patricia Chin Sweeney. Where's Patricia? Please come to the stage. Round of applause, please. By the by, because we're so short on time, you'll notice, wherever you like, you're in charge, you'll notice that we tend not to do long bios and introductions for everybody, but if you look on the website, you'll find everybody's full bio, and you can learn more about everyone that's speaking today. I'd also like to invite to the stage Majora Carter, please, welcome to the stage. Round of applause. And Judy Beecher, come on up. And Simone Perot. Welcome. I'm just warming the chair for you there, Simone. Everybody on this panel is exceptional and has a great deal of wisdom to share. I made an unfair challenge here to ask you to speak about something that should be a 3-day retreat just for this panel. But Patricia, I wish you luck. And over to you.
No pressure. Great. We're going to talk really fast to make sure we cover everything. Just kidding. So we had a little bit of a conversation beforehand, and also Maxim wanted to start us off with a few jumping jacks.
Well, I thought you were going to demonstrate.
Everybody do 2 mental jumping jacks, because I am wearing a skirt and heels that won't work well with that.
Lift your hands
Just your
over your
arms.
head. Woo! Get your blood moving a little bit.
Stretch. Do a muscle flex because it's almost like we exercised just there. And because some of us talked about how this is a Shiro's journey, all women panel, to end with. I'm going to keep it simple, and to Maxim's instructions, I'll let everyone introduce themselves a bit. But in our conversation leading up to this, and many of the conversations today, I'm going to use the word social impact came up, and I think it resonates with everyone here. And we'll start off to talk about the commonality among us as humans, but particularly how we see social impact in our lives at this moment, the pressing project or what it means to us right now, and then dig into some of where that all came from. I am the moderator, so I will not say as much. Also, my husband, Yuli, spoke before that very pregnant woman in flowers was me in the photo. I've been working in the greater impact investing, social innovation space for over 15 years. And again, since Yuli spoke to most of it, the main thing is we met in Kenya. It was at a point where I thought I was at the peak of what I was doing in the impact space, and then a shock hit. And I will tell you more, but first I want to move over to, and it's Majora. You unfortunately didn't get to do our little brainstorm beforehand, so I think we need to start with you. What is social impact to you right now? And if you can share an example of what that really has looked like as the culmination of your work to date. We're going to go back, trace it to where it came from later, but let's start there. What do you think about now?
Well, since it's culmination, it's a
solo process, so it's hardly calling it the culmination. However, what it will be, so I'm Dora Carter, I'm an urban revitalization strategist, born and raised South Bronx, New York City, still there. Okay, there we go. And the idea of social impact is exactly why I'm here. This is a creativity conference, thinking about, as a developer, who gets an opportunity to be creative, especially in the communities that I serve personally and professionally in my own way. So social impact, to me, is about having, and I also am an author, I wrote a book called Reclaiming Your Community. You don't have to move out of your neighborhood to live a better one. And it's a national bestseller, but you can buy it anywhere. It's like, keep it going up. And, but the whole point of that book was really to define to share the story that I told about going through the process of sharing what it was like to be from a community that everyone had written off and that other folks were defining how it was developed, and then stepping up and realizing that we could create new opportunities to transform our own communities socially, economically, environmentally, spiritually, in ways that supported us. But again, as a Black woman from a community like that, there wasn't a whole lot of support, and there still is not, saying, oh, you deserve the right to do that. But I take my creative license to make it happen, and that's what this is about. So that is what social impact looks like to me, being able to step up and do your thing.
Amazing, thank you. Hi. Hi, I'm Judy Beecher. So I'm an actress, I'm a filmmaker, writer, director, producer, singer-songwriter, and an author. And so I'm all about creativity. So right now, the projects that I'm working on right now, which is social impact, which is universal story, which is all this stuff, I'm in post-production on a project I've been working on for 9 years, a documentary called Run Runya, The Kindness of Strangers, and about my mom, who was one of 2 children to escape from Nazi-occupied France to Switzerland by herself at 6.5 years old. And I'm also working on a couple of other a film which is very much about social impact is Forbidden Tango, which came out during COVID, and which is about bringing cultures and religions together and helping each other regardless of who you are, what you are, what religion you are. And I'm also working on a short film like that. Every single thing I'm doing right now is trying to change the conversation, is trying to change the consciousness of other people and of the planet. And I didn't start that way. I didn't come from that. That'll be the next question, but because it's not a lifelong journey, it's something that came to me that I had to do. And so yes, so I guess right now my biggest, I did, and I won an award in Cannes for the teaser for my documentary last summer, before it was finished, the Grand Prix de Cinema for the 3-minute teaser. So that's what I'm working on right now. And I'm also acting in a movie as well. I'm just doing all my things. So.
Hi there. Simone Piro. So, this question, I am a social impact advisor for creatives, so my career and livelihood has been in this topic of social impact. So, for me, I came from working at the White House and Congress, and then in corporate, and then now in independent film, and in working with artists. I'm very connected now to understanding social impact as relational. And what I mean by that, it kind of goes deeper. And for me, what's happening in our society and the world, I'm seeing extraordinary examples of how artists are the first responders of social change. And if we don't have art in combination with data and policy and science and and all of the things, right? If we don't have arts and creativity in that, then we're not getting to kind of the soul and the heart to actually make the change and the impact. So that's, for me these days, all of my films and work that I'm doing with artists is very much about making us aware of being a first responder in today's times.
Do you want to just give a quick, specific example?
Sure. I have a film out now called Lily with Patricia Clarkson. It's on Netflix, and it's about the story of Lily Ledbetter, the fair pay icon. And, you know, this, again, it's the story of policy and equal pay, but it was really about the story of how one individual in our country went through all levels of the government when she saw a wrong and injustice in her life. So she went through the courts, she got to the Supreme Court, didn't win there, then she went to Congress, and a piece of legislation was recognized, and President Obama signed his first piece of legislation, the Lily Ledbetter Fair Pay Act. So this was like a quintessential example of how a project, a film, a story, in an entertaining way, allowed us to understand and get at the issue of pay equity, gender equity, and now we are, you know, we just got an award with a major law organization. Like, so we're getting this film in all of these different areas of our conversation.
It's a great movie. Julie and I have seen it. We highly recommend it. Yeah. And funny enough, I was sharing with you, we actually saw it before it released because we talked to parties. It's a small scene. Yes. Right. Thanks for sharing that. And I'll share too. So I previously, I still do, was a capital raise advisor. I built a company that was focused on this from a global perspective. We worked around 45 countries. And after my company was in the attack that Yuli alluded to in his speech, it led me to focus more on coaching individuals and teams to make sure that they're brought on the journey of also knowing how to be their own strategy consultants, their own capital raise advisors, but of course, usually also needing support. But thank you, these are all incredible stories. I'm gonna pull back now, and then we'll get back to the points you just shared, the current points. I'm gonna ask each of you, is there an early memory? Feel free to share your earliest memory that you as a child, something then or later in your life, that was the first seed. You didn't even really know it was going to lead you to where you are today, but now that you look on it, it's something that really put you on that path.
It starts and just hand it back to me. I mean, I was 7. It was the end of the summer, probably the beginning of the summer. I watched 2 of the buildings at either end of my block burn down as a result of the financial disinvestment, the arson that was happening all over the country, but the South Bronx was literally the poster child for urban blight. I mean, there were years of redlining, financial discrimination that basically made it so that, generally, communities that people like my dad, who was literally escaped domestic terrorism in Georgia. He was the son of enslaved folks. Moved to up north, escaping that domestic terrorism, and found a home. I was actually able to buy a home in the house that I grew up in back in the 60s. But the financial disinvestment that literally happened then, because it was, you couldn't get loans, in this community. And thanks to our federal government, and banks who basically colluded together. And this was by law, right? And so there I was, 7 years old. I get to, all of the buildings had fallen into disrepair. Landlords were torching them to collect insurance money, and both of them at the beginning of the summer burned down, right? the end of the summer, my brother was killed as a part of the drug war. And so there I was, 7 years old, going into the 3rd grade, and thinking, I just have to get myself out of this community. And I was going to use education to do exactly that. And I did. And got myself into one of the best high schools in the country, Bronx High School of Science, Wesleyan University, NYU, and then came back home only because I needed a cheap place to stay when I went to NYU. That was mommy and daddy's house. But fast forward, when I understood really clearly that the same kind of historic, systemic bias and historic discrimination that created the South Bronx of my youth was still at it. And that's when I realized that I could either pretend I don't see it or actually work to create, through various real estate development projects, the kind of things that could create the kind of housing, the kind of business development that really made people feel as though they didn't have to move out of their neighborhoods to live in better ones. And so that moment of being a kid and going, like, I didn't have the words or even the understanding that these were actually rules, regulations, policies, outright racism, all of it that just did that. And when I got a chance to see that that's, yes, it's still doing it, but we can use an opportunity to try to create the kind of future that we want to be a part of. And I knew that that's when I was going to step up and do it myself, despite the fact that all the forces in the world were against, again, a black woman of color from a poor community like I'm from, and still deciding to say, I'm not going to stop.
I'm going to merge the next question too, and then have each of you do the same. So that started at 7, and then you did share it fast forward. If you think beyond that, was there a specific, so we often think of pivot points in our life being the often after the worst thing you can imagine, which you just shared some pretty horrible things, but that then really turned, right? It hit that point where it sounds like maybe those early days, but also this moment where you said, I am building. That maybe wasn't the easiest thing to do once you started building. Is there, which would you call it? Can you give an example of a pivot point career-wise, perhaps like later on? That was like, wow, this is the low, and then this is what turned it.
Yeah, so sure.
And just quickly,
totally fun. So the reason why my father bought the house in Hunts Point, which is the neighborhood I was born and raised in, was because he was a Pullman porter, and there was a rail station that he was able to see from the tracks. And so he bought a house near that station. So that's where I grew up. I was able to buy that station years later. And so we used that as a way to, we developed an event venue there. So tonight, it's called Bronxlandia. There's a great Afrobeats and reggae concert going on there tonight. Pro wrestling tomorrow, and a Pride event on Saturday. But anyway, all that to say. But we're also using that relationship that we developed with Amtrak, who owns a lot of the land there, to work to build a much larger assemblage, which we're in pre-development on. So yeah, I want to talk to you about social impact funds that could build, that would literally create 1,000 units of new housing, including at least a few 100,000 square feet for the kind of economically diverse projects, for whether it's home ownership and rentals, but also things in life sciences, technology, green economy, and cultural as well. So that's what we're working on right now.
That's amazing.
Yes,
Thank you.
I agree.
Judy, do you want to go next? What was your earliest seed of maybe even if you want to share your current project or
Yeah.
and pivot point?
Yeah. So my earliest seed, what I was talking about earlier, it's something that came later of a life-changing kind of thing. So I was working as an actor in Los Angeles, and I was struggling to get work, like most actors do, But I was doing okay, but it wasn't okay, and I was mad at the whole world, and I was mad at the industry, and I was mad at my friends for not having me in, and all the producers and the casting. I was mad at everybody because I felt like nobody was helping me to get to the next level. And I went to this spiritual kind of money group to get more money, and the only advice that they gave me was to pray, meditate, and write. And that told me that I had no concept of God. That's what they said. I was like, fuck you, excuse my French. I have a concept, it's my own concept. And I was really mad that they gave me that kind of advice. And I was really depressed. I was feeling really down. And so I did. I got down on my hands and knees and I cried my eyes out. And they said you had to be willing to give up whatever you know about yourself and be willing to ask for God's will for your life and what that's supposed to be. And if you're not supposed to be an actress, you're not supposed to be an actress, or, you know, and just let it happen. I was really pissed, and I did it, and I'm like, all right, God, I was bawling. I thought I was supposed to be an actress. Maybe I'm not. I don't know what I'm supposed to be anymore. And I was in a dark room, and all of a sudden, and I had never been able to meditate. I knew how to pray, and I was on my knees, and all of a sudden I felt a light on me, and the light went through the entire room. It was filled with light, and I felt my body sink into the ground, and I saw my life in front of me like on a screen, and it was so clear, and I saw exactly what I was supposed to be doing with my life. As an actress, and as an activist, and I didn't know what that meant at that point. Like, I had to look up, what does an activist do? You know, what am I supposed to be doing? And it was that all of my things, and I was supposed to be an actress, but that I was also supposed to be all these other things, you know, a filmmaker, a singer, and everything that I did, I asked for my hands to be used to do God's work, and that all of my projects needed to do something that was going to change the consciousness of the world. And in my acceptance speech for the Oscar that I saw in my visualization, I said to everybody out there, I said, this is a powerful industry, and we have the power to change things, and that's what we need to do. And then after that, all these things started to come to me, all these projects, and I started channeling. I wrote 5 books of channeled information that came through me, that I wrote a book called Pray, Meditate, Write, The Teachings of Solace. And, you know, and my film, Forbidden Tango, you know, was Pope Francis recognized that as, it was the first film he recognized to bring people together, and we won Best Film for Peace and Tolerance at Cannes for that film. And yeah, so that, I guess, is that answer. And then, yes, and then, you know, my film as well, the universal story part of it, which is, you know, is finding that thing, that moment, that the string that's going to make it very specific and personal, that's going to make it a universal story, that's going to bring people in to it, to make them connect to themselves, to what you were saying, to your story. So yeah, so that's all of my stuff is now that.
Incredible journey, yeah. Simone, this early seed.
Early seed and pivotal. Well, I love this question. It's giving me a lot to think about. So I'm also from the Bronx, and so one of my earliest memories is, you know, so I come from a single parent, mother, you know, having me without being married and not having health insurance because she wasn't married. She got fired from her job because she was pregnant. Like all of the kind of things that some of us now can't believe was in, and it wasn't that long ago. I think that started a spark in me to have this activism nature in me. Fast forward, she was able on a secretary's salary to buy a 2-family home, and she became the landlord. I became the landlord's daughter, and we literally had United Nations tenants. And so I started developing this like fierce understanding or appreciation for story. So, and my mother would have everyone in the house all of the time, and so stories became a big part of my life. And then fast forward, I go to DC and start working in politics, and that's all about story. So that I think is really the through line into my present day work with artists and filmmakers. But in this pivotal moment, I also had my home burned down and lost everything in a fire. And the year before the pandemic. And the pandemic hit all on my birthday. But I'm so happy about it now because something came from all of that. I met my husband and we moved to the woods, like in an artist co-op right outside the city. And, I'm a city girl and I'm now dealing with bugs in nature in a different way than bugs in nature in the Bronx. And so, but in that, I realized that this whole notion of how I was going to pivot my work behind the scenes as a producer and now come in front of the camera in that I am now advising and training multiple and many artists now. And I'm really being able to help them strategize of how to work in this environment of building audience and marketing and distribution and financing, but doing it in a much larger scale. So it was like that, I needed to kind of go into the woods and nature to understand what my gifts were, in addition to what my background was. So that's kind of my circle to where I am today. And I'm at the Creativity Conference, which is absolutely perfect for the work that I do and I love.
These are all such incredible stories. And I mean, similar to your story, of course, I mean, my path is a little bit different because I was an environmentalist that decided to work in finance, to understand finance. But similar to meeting Yuli, again, it was the lowest point where my company for 10 years was hit by this terrorist attack. My business partner, Jason, who was in Yuli's presentation, was killed. And that's in those moments, right? I think this is the commonality you're saying. Obviously, influenced by parents and upbringing early on. Some early shocks that lead to the early seeds of opportunity. And then even when we push and suddenly can't anymore because a shock hits, that opens up what, the coaching language, sometimes we talk about this upper limit, and all these things start going wrong because you're just at the edge of that. I believe we're at time.
Q&A, briefly?
For Q&A. I'm gonna, if we can be very fast, if I put in a question to everyone, is there, back to the social impact piece, is there a call to action or like a one-liner that you want people to wrap this day up thinking about, also related to, I think social impact is a nice human element for us to think about. Don't forget we're going to have Q&A after this, so. Anyone who's ready, go.
Sure.
You get to go first.
One thing that I would love to impart on this audience in particular is when you're thinking about your work, think of it holistically. Again, going back to nature, we have the tree in the forest, we have rivers in a stream of huge bodies of water, right? So placing our work in a larger context, and I talk a lot about creative impact, commercial impact, and social impact. And so when you are pitching your work, when you're talking out there in the world, this trifecta of impact is what I have found kind of the most successful way to really build community and audience around what you do. And we need your impact in all of those areas.
Don't let fear hold you back from doing what you're supposed to be doing, right? Just do it, like Nike says. Just do it, right? Fear is false evidence appearing real. And if we all sat there and we're too afraid to make that video, make that call, to take the next step, then that's how things happen. So just do it.
Nike, please sponsor Judy's movie. Okay, next.
I'm definitely going to go back to the idea that we need to be aware of who gets to be creative, and being very encouraging that, and understanding that not everybody gets to, it's almost a privilege, okay, in terms of who gets supported. And I think we all have to be aware of that so that we can actually let more folks be able to do that. Because we know things like, everybody knows about the diversity thing, you know, it's like boards that are more diverse, companies do better, blah, blah, blah. We don't necessarily do that in terms of the creative work of building our communities in general and our world. And we just need to be real clear about that as we think about it, that more people need to be at the table actually building stuff.
And I'll just end on, shock is your greatest opportunity to have impact. Don't forget to do that. Question, shock in your life is what leads you to the opportunity to turn it into impact.
Any questions? Good.
Thank you. I almost wasted my coffee. Ladies, thank you all. Your journeys are very inspiring. And I always say that, my name is Aziza Kabibi, first of all. Nice to meet you all. I always say that change is not made in comfort zones. And based on your stories, I have learned that your seeds were surrounded by challenges. So now that you have achieved a certain level of success, what do you do to fight against the urge, I guess, to push against the discomfort that is required for change?
Well, you just gotta be comfortable with being uncomfortable. That is the thing. But also ensuring that you're finding joy in all sorts of things. Like as crazy as what I do is, it's amazing to see things blossom in ways that no one expects them to, you know, and especially coming out, you know, communities like mine. I mean, it is extraordinary, like what we've been able to accomplish. So we celebrate all sorts of victories, big and small.
Any other questions? All right. Round of applause. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
How do we do on time?
Yeah.
We failed a little bit, but that was from our
That's
fault.
a question with words in it and a question back at the end. That's beautiful. Thank you. Right. I think it's that time of day. This is not going to be Magic Mike. Mike? How are we all feeling?
Good.
Inspired.
Inspired?
Motivated.
Motivated? You feel taller?
Ready to get uncomfortable again.
Ready to get uncomfortable, that's important.
Yeah.
It's, you know, I think everybody has a sense in which somehow there's a reason for being here. I'm always jealous. There's that difference between jealousy and envy, right? The jealousy is that you resent somebody having something that you don't have. And envy is wishing that you also had what they have. And I envy those people who seem to have been born with a clear mission, that they know why they're here and what to do about it. Screw those guys. I mean, how many people have you met like that? Very, very few. I'm joking, but it's impressive. Tim, I think it was Tim that said earlier that the purpose of life is to be in service, and I believe the fulfillment of human potential is in the service of others. My hope is that in some way I can be of service by enabling people to authentically self-realize, whatever that means for the individual. If you believe that you have a soul, if you believe that that's a thing, surely the goal is to align your identity, your personification with your soul, so that the mask that you wear to interface with the world is a perfect match for your true self. And being that being, you can better serve the world. So I think so many of the lessons we've learned today from our extraordinary speakers have helped us in that journey. It's wonderful. So I have a bunch of notes here. One is a special request. My mum's books, anybody who got a book, please review it on Amazon. It really makes a difference on Amazon if books are reviewed. Thank you. We have, do I have a clicker?
I have it.
You have it, excellent, we have the clicker. So, also I mentioned earlier on about sponsorship, so we're hosting a massive creativity conference in August, a 3-day event from the 18th of August in Reykjavik in Iceland. We've got just phenomenal people speaking, several of the speakers who are here today at least. And if you're interested to come, we haven't actually put the tickets on sale yet because I'm my genius. But we're trying right now, we're raising the cash to host the event. And we've got a reach of millions in the audience, but we want to keep the tickets as cheap as possible. So we're looking at raising sponsorship and patronage and that sort of thing. All the information is on the website. Aidan reminded me, I'm so terrible with social media. If you do share photos, be sure to tag us. If you want to do a shared post, we like shared posts, we'll do that with you. And be sure to, if you follow us, we try to remember to follow everybody back as much as we can. I should also mention that in 1 week, on the, 8 days, on the 26th of June, there we are, we're hosting a creativity conference at the Raindance Film Festival. We're in partnership with the festival. And in fact, we're closing out the festival. We've got the last 2 hours, 2 hours of lightning talks at the end of the Raindance Festival. And the founder, Elliot Grove, is going to be our last speaker. He's giving the last talk of the festival. So reach out if you want to come along. Again, the information's on the website. It's going to be spectacular. Just lightning talks like this one, 9 minutes, but we think we can get 8 people in, and everyone's going to come out with their brains baked and ready to create. I want to mention as well that we've got a wonderful poster. Can we, Lawrence, can you come up here? Round of applause, come on. Yeah. So Lawrence, who is an absolutely extraordinary artist, come and take a seat here. Come and join me. Lawrence created this poster. I'm going to try and hold this up. Lawrence created this poster for our conference in Iceland. Isn't that extraordinary? This is the official poster for the Creativity Conference in Iceland. And it's just spectacular. The more time you spend with it, the more you see. There's so much embedded in this. And we'll have copies of this for people at the conference. And yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. So share this on your social media. That it's coming along. Once again, the information about the conference is on the website. It's gorgeous. Thank you, Lawrence. I'm going to put this somewhere safe.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2,
Yes.
testing.
We're live.
So I have to, first of all, I want to say a few words. One is that after he spoke right at the beginning, I got knocked out. So I tried to have as much energy in my own talk after listening to Maxim. And I have to say that this whole entire conference is what it is because of him. It starts at the top. And you set the pace for every single person in this room.
Thank you.
And having your mother here and having her talk was really a treat. And everyone who came up here was just, I'm not just throwing out the accolades, I really do mean that sincerely. That, why am I absolutely exhausted right now? It's because, the intake of all this information and all this creativity and all the power that's in this room, you don't get that, And so I have to say, in your very humble way, that you're so humble, you are a giant, man. You are a giant, and you have touched amazing lives here today.
Lawrence, I'm British, and
I understand.
It's illegal in Britain to receive compliments.
It's true.
Thank you for saying that. I feel like, they say that imposter syndrome is a sign that you're succeeding. It's a sign that it's working. And I feel like I need a stronger term than imposter syndrome. That I feel like, was it Steve Jobs said this thing that everything that was ever achieved by anybody was achieved by people no more intelligent than you, no more skilled than you, no more capable. And it's okay to move quickly and break things. It's only failure if you stop. And if you look at real success in the world, the way it actually looks is not like idea success. It looks like idea fail, 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 ... fail, 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 success. And so I feel like, the team makes a huge difference. Aidan makes a tremendous difference.
Thank you.
The bigger this becomes, the less able I am to manage the logistics. And having support from people like Aidan, we had Tiffany today, Alice, Mike, of course, just so casually deals with the logistics.
Nelson.
I haven't forgotten Nelson, I'm still going. Nelson. Nelson, I don't know if you can hear me, Nelson just comes to help out with the conference. And he just handles things. You've all spoken to him on the way in. And he just looks after making sure everyone's checked in, everything's okay. He also takes care of a whole bunch of things every year. Never tells me what he's done until afterwards. He says, oh yeah, I just dealt with 1,500 different issues that came up. So many thanks to you, Nelson, as well. I'm giving you thanks, Nelson. I'm praising you. Yeah. So I wanted to finish up with very briefly closing thoughts and also yes, I have an announcement at the end. I have an announcement. So I mentioned earlier on that the goal is to cast a shadow, to leave footprints. I learned years ago that there's this beautiful idea that we all hope that at the end of our days we will look back on our lifetime and feel that the world is better because we were here and not worse. And I think that achieving that outcome demands extraordinary honesty. They say, at least be honest with yourself. Sit in your truth. And I think that your capacity to love others is limited only by your capacity to love yourself. And if you do love yourself, if you're kind to yourself, if you accept that, you said the thing the wrong way, or you wore the wrong shoes, or you poured the coffee the wrong way, because you're human. And if you can be kind to yourself, you will discover that you can be kind to others, and to recognize that at their heart, people mean well generally. They just often have terrible solutions. So I wanted to ask all of you who've come along today to go forth and change the world. And to do it in a way that's rooted in kindness. And as I've said so many times, I believe our decisions, our choices, our feelings are rooted in either love or fear. And love is a better guide. So when you find yourself governed by fear, it's helpful. Just look at the opposite solution. Whatever fear is telling you to do, ask yourself, what would happen if I did the opposite? Someone's rude to you, they're insulting, you want to fight back, and you think, I wonder what would happen if I said, hey, are you okay? Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry about that. Are you all right? Is there anything I can do for you? You will be amazed at the responses you get when you respond to conflict with peace. Speaking of when you respond to people, Lawrence has very kindly invited us. Do we have the graphic? I think yes. So there's a party tonight, and anybody that would like to come is welcome to come. It starts at 7 p.m. It's the Omniverse Fashion Show. It's going to change into a party. Lawrence Gartell is going to be there, so you're going to want to be there. And it's at the Lithos Lounge. Take a photo of that, come along at 7 o'clock, and we can continue the conversation. And for now, we have a little bit of time for chat and networking. And, yes, thank you, Aidan. Where are you? Yes. Confused. I'm getting good at being a confused Englishman. I need to work on being a curmudgeon. It's practice. We actually have an online community called the Creative Community. It's completely free. We're hosted on Circle. I've been paying for this thing for like a year, and I keep forgetting to tell people about it. So please join, and you'll have the opportunity to meet with like-minded creatives around the world. It's totally free. And our new admin is actually Aidan's brother, William Rode, who's awesome. So join the community. We have probably now, you know, we're going to quickly reach that time where we all have to go home and let them clean up the venue. But you've got about 20 minutes to exchange contact information, share your favorite dad jokes, share the projects you're working on. And all that remains is for me to thank all of you, especially, for giving us your time, your attention, your consciousness, your presence. Your presence is this event, right? So thank you for coming along. Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you, Dekai. Thank you, everybody that helped make this possible. And I hope to see you at the next one. Thank you.
Please, relax.